All right, whenever we're ready. Okay, good morning. It is Saturday, April 12th, 2025, and this is the Adelanto, the governance workshop meeting of the Adelanto Elementary School District. I'm going to go ahead and go on to 1.02, call to order. On to 1.03, roll call and quorum establishment. Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee Kraus.
Kraus present.
Webster will be attending on Zoom late, so we'll just wait for her. I mean, not wait, but we'll see when she comes in. Trustee La French
here.
and Trustee Stewart here. The time is, I don't have my watch. 8:04. Thank you. I did not bring my watch. Okay, going on to 1.04, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and put your right hand on your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Going on to two, adoption of the agenda. 2.01, proposed additions, deletions, and adjustments in the order of business. I sure hope there's none because it's short. Going on to 2.02, adoption of the agenda. Trustees, I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Okay, Kraus motions. I need a second.
Soto all second.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. Trustee Soto?
Soto I.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee La French?
French, aye.
And Stewart, aye. Motion passes 4-0. 3, public testimony. Do we have any speakers? No, we do not. And we do not have a representative from ADTA or CSEA. We have no audience members. So we're going to go on to 4.01, the governance workshop. All right.
Thank you, Madam President. It's nice to see you all again. Members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Walker. There may be some people watching from home, so hopefully they are. So we are going to continue our engagement with governance. And just a reminder, since we last met, we now have Trustee Michael Kraus on the Board of Education, and congratulations and welcome. I'm looking forward to working with you as well, because every time a new member joins the board, it's a new board. So I thought we'd spend a little time getting caught up so that Trustee Kraus knows where we are currently as a group, and then continue to build upon that work that we've already started. So for the presentation, gentlemen, am I ready to? There we go. Okay. So you'll notice the title, Governing for Coherence. Our ultimate goal is to be able to utilize policy to drive behaviors. Knowing that the more we are able to codify the expectations, the more likely it is that we will follow those expectations and govern efficiently, effectively, and hopefully without conflict. Yes, there'll always be conflict, but conflict doesn't have to be a bad thing. right? There's such a thing as creative conflict that emerges from discussion and robust debate, and we certainly encourage that. So when you think about coherence, there's really four different elements of it. One is the governance culture. That's why we're here. That's why the board chose to do a retreat last August. That's why we met in November. And that's why we're meeting today to try to create a governance culture that will allow everyone to be individuals, but yet at the same time, be a single unit. The second is relationships between the board and the superintendent. And that's 5 relationships because there's 5 members, but there's also the relationship with the superintendent and the board as a whole. So that's the second element. The third element is operational objectives. What are the expectations for the superintendent? What will she be held accountable for? And that's tied into her evaluation so that it's very clear objectively what Dr. Walker's expectations are from the Board of Education. And the fourth element, and the most critical element, is student outcomes. So to codify policy that will drive your behaviors that will ultimately impact student achievement. So that is our goal that I hope that we will continue to work towards. This is not an event. It is a process. It will continue on. And if the board so chooses to continue working and moving in this direction, eventually we will codify up to 30, 32 different policies that speak to all of the elements that we just talked about. So today, we are going to just begin this process of unification. Who would like to go ahead and read that objective? You have it on your handout or it's up on the big screen.
Trustee La French, just make sure your thing's on.
Overarching objectives: enhancing collaboration, build unity, and strengthen governance practices by agreeing to individually and team behaviors indicative
Indicative, yeah.
of a
Indicative, yeah.
high-performing, collaborative, and unified governance team.
So we started with that last August, and that's always the goal for every team, whether it's a Board of Education team, whether it's a team at the district office, a site team, or and all the things that you do outside of school. You want to be unified, work together, and utilize collaboration as a means of which to make sure everyone's voice is heard and respected, and then moving forward collectively with one unified voice. Deliverables. So the first deliverable is a resolution related to normative behaviors, also known as norms, but they're really, I use the term normative behaviors because they are behaviors, which means you could control them. So we started this exercise, but never took a resolution to the board back in November. So I thought it would be worthwhile now that, again, Trustee Krause is a member of the governance team to revisit them, have some discussion, and then determine whether or not we all agree that these norms, these normative behaviors would be adopted by the Board of Education to follow. So that's one. The second deliverable are the protocols. So when we finish the norms, our next step was at that point, and I was back in November, and that was a while ago, to create protocols. So different than norms, protocols really are the things that relate more to your site visits. What's the protocol for site visits? Or what's the protocol for agendizing items? What's the protocol for communicating with the superintendent and vice versa? So that's the second deliverable. And the third deliverable is to determine next steps. at some point, at one point, I should say, we were going to create a new governance handbook. So whether that is revisiting the existing handbook and freshening it up, or create an entirely new one. And I gave a model, kind of a proprietary model that I've created that I suggested we could start with and then go from there. So that's one step. The other thing is the board self-evaluation. We did it last year and spent a lot of time at the retreat talking about that board self-evaluation, but there's different types of evaluation. So we use CSBAs, and if the board is satisfied with that, we certainly could get that started again pretty soon, probably in May, or utilizing a coherence governance model self-evaluation, which is similar, but it's germane specifically to the coherence model. So it's tied to all those policies. And then future governance training. And the fourth deliverable is the superintendent's evaluation goals and process timeline. And at the last board meeting, the board approved working with a consultant that is going to work as an agent of the Board of Education to work with Dr. Walker specifically on the evaluation. All of these, though, should be tied together. As a superintendent, the biggest fear that I always had was that my evaluation would be based on subjective opinions, as opposed to what was I being asked to do, and did I accomplish that, or to what degree did I accomplish it? Is it in the process? Did I complete it? Was it satisfactory? And so on and so forth. So again, Dr. Walker will talk to the board today about what that looks like. Okay, so let's start now with the first deliverable. So these behavioral norms you might recognize. And the reason you recognize them is because they're in your bylaws. So your bylaws speak specifically to these norms. And there's 8 of them, all of which we have addressed when we went through the norm exercise. So remember last time we went ahead and we filled out, we created a bunch of stickies based on what are behaviors that we believe are indicative of positive teamwork and what are indicative of negative teamwork. And then we took the positives and we covered up the negatives, and anything we had left, we then addressed specifically. And that's how we created the resolution. And we'll get to that in a little bit. But so what I want to start with today is the operational objectives. So operationally speaking, Board of Education, Superintendent of Schools, and the team all working together to ensure that your vision for the success of students in the Adelante Elementary School District is realized. So these objectives are all eventually going to tie in to both the norms and the protocols to ensure that we cover everything. And then we'll look at whether or not we did cover everything, at which time then we would want to address anything that we did not cover. So for the first exercise today, and is Trustee Webster on that yet? Okay.
She's
Okay,
still
I just
not
don't want
here
to
yet.
forget. Okay. So let's look at these objectives. So the first one, keep the district's focus on learning and achievement for all students. So you all have your stickies. I think you have green ones. Take 5 minutes now, and on separate stickies, provide examples of what you believe your behaviors specifically are that would suggest that you are keeping the focus on learning and achievement for all students in our district. So take a few minutes, think, and one per sticky.
I have a question for you, sir. How do you pronounce your last name? I don't want to.
Musarino.
Musarino, because I wasn't here last time, so I appreciate. I didn't want to mispronounce it when
No,
we
of
were
course.
talking. All right, thank you, sir.
Perfect. Sandra to the rescue. Yeah, we'll put it right here so that we make sure everyone who is watching from home could observe. Let's see, people, yeah, so people will see it. Okay, great. So we'll put it this way. Okay. Take one more minute and we'll wrap up this exercise. We're going to go through all of the 8 operational objectives that are in your bylaws. Okay, who would like to read theirs first?
I have down student involvement. We already have, thanks to the leadership from our superintendent, we do have a student advisory council. I would like to keep working on towards getting some. Uh, I don't think so. Yeah, that sounds kind of. And there you go. And a student board member on the board. So some getting students involved in the process.
Whoever's ready.
Trustee Krause?
Thank you, Madam President. I have data presented at board meetings for the board to discuss on student data throughout the year, not just once a year around student testing time, but on a regular basis, whatever that would look like to get an update, and then, as a board, discuss what we can do to support the work that's going on in the classrooms. Um, Also, have teachers and staff come to board meetings and present. I know we appreciate students coming to present on stuff as well, but also involve, the teachers and other staff to come and present on what's going on in their classrooms. I know we have the schools come and present and they decorate the walls and everything, but maybe look at our teachers as well and our classified staff, not just our teachers, but our classified staff come to the board. And it helps the board, I think, in my mind, get a better understanding of what's going on in the trenches, so to speak.
Perfect. I will take those, put them up. Thank you. Whoever's ready.
I have like,
Hold on.
here we go. Thank you. I have staying focused on the students, advocating for students' learning, asking questions of teachers and students, and reading my agenda.
Take those. Thank you. Whoever's ready, either.
I have respectful. I kind of did. I thought it was like our person. I don't know. I always take things subjectively, and I always miss the mark. My brain goes somewhere. But I did put be respectful to or of shareholders, and now that means students, parents, staff. Everyone should be respected.
Absolutely. Okay. And Dr. Walker.
Topics discussed related to improving systems within our schools. Comments and reports tied to a focus on the schools that we may have had opportunities to go see and learn some new things about. The student performances as well as presentations. Items that are on the agenda. And all of these should align with the goals that we have for our system.
Absolutely. So what happens in many school districts is that you end up addressing whatever is urgent, and of course, school business, the district, business of the district. Oh, sorry. And the business of the district, and agendas typically have less than 20% of the time spent on student teaching and learning. So a common practice and something I suggest is to have an agenda audit in which someone, a group, would look through your agendas for the last 6 months or year and evaluate the amount of time you spent on teaching and learning. Most boards are surprised. But of course, we also want to define what that is. So, for example, if a school comes and presents like at your like you do at all your board meetings, is that really talking about teaching and learning? Because it's really data, as Trustee Krause shared, looking at data. And sometimes it's hard to look at data because sometimes that data shows some blemishes. Sometimes you think, oh gosh, do we really want to talk about this? Well, yes. You do have to talk about it because that is the reality. And until these discussions happen at the board level, it's unlikely that policies would ever be codified that are going to help to correct those issues, whatever they may be. Okay, so any final comments on keeping the district focused on learning and achievement? Trustee Soto.
Go ahead.
I would like to just elaborate on the agenda audits. That's the first time I'm hearing that, and I really do like that idea simply because our goal is to be focused on our students and learning, and oftentimes we can get sidetracked. So I think just making sure that we continue to stay focused on students. So I don't know if there's like, do we establish a committee? Is it involving the board? Is it involving staff? How would that look like in the future?
Right, so the audit's done independently and presented to the Board of Education, at which time then you would evaluate how you want to make changes. So again, if you're looking at a coherence model, that's built into all the policy that you're going to codify at some point. And I'm mentioning policy and codifying a lot because that's really the only way to truly keep a board of education, or any board for that matter, really focus on what its priorities are. Again, the tyranny of the urgent. You will always be pulled away because of other things that distract you. And you don't want to be, here until 10, 11 o'clock every board meeting. So how could that be done in such a way that you're able to take care of the business of the school district, but at the same time, keep focus. So when I talked about those four elements, specifically student outcomes, that's where you would address it. So at every board meeting, you would look at those outcome objectives and you would get an update. Basically, you'd look at data ongoing to see how well those or how much progress is being made towards addressing those goals. It's a different system, right? Because typically we utilize very traditional, in all my years as superintendent, and even currently, there's a lot of traditional strategies and methodologies, but they're not really operational systems. It's mostly tradition that a board hands down from one board to the next. But think about how times have changed, particularly when we have gone through a variety of different eras related to accountability. Well, now we're in a high accountability era. With the dashboard back with a vengeance and the LCAP, it's just a different time. So boards have to adjust to ensure that you are keeping the focus where the focus needs to be. So I'm happy to talk certainly about the audit if that's something you wanted to do. It's pretty common.
So I do have a question because when I look at the agenda, like on the consent agenda, we have things like, schools ordering programs which are geared towards learning, assemblies which are geared towards behavior, and to me that's geared towards learning. I see our agenda, and I may be wrong, but that most of ours is based on the student learning because it's all tied in. That includes the business side of being responsible with the money, being responsible with the buildings and things like that. Is that what's included, or is that's a different thing?
Well, that's a good example because oftentimes it's buried in consent. It's not really discussed. Sometimes it may be pulled for further discussion, or a board member will say, I just want to highlight this program. But the true discussion a Board of Education has related to teaching and learning is not that program. The question is, why are you doing that program? Are you bringing in a program for behavior, for example, because student behaviors are becoming very challenging and teachers are really struggling to be able to teach? Because if that's why, that's what the discussion should be, not just that you're bringing in the program. So if we were doing an audit, for example, and we saw in consent a particular program, an assembly, a behavior assembly, whatever, that would not qualify as discussed in teaching and learning.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So why are we bringing in that program? So it's always a root cause. So if we're spending money, taxpayer money, why? What is your justification for spending these dollars here? And ultimately, it's going to be, well, at this school or that school, we recognize the need. Math achievement, language arts achievement, English language learner achievement, whatever it might be. So we are now going to bring in a particular type of program. a particular textbook, for example, or some tools, or people. We're going to have instructional coaches, for example. Why? Well, because we feel as though our teachers need a different set of skills, for example, for a different type of learner. We need to differentiate more effectively. That's the discussion about teaching and learning that relates to what we see on the agenda. Is that,
Okay.
that, did I answer your question?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Trustee Krause.
Yes, thank you for mentioning of the audit and piggybacking on my fellow trustees. One of the things that I've always wondered, we have a neighboring district that's larger than us, and they actually reduced their agenda almost down to nothing, and they stopped from having 2 board meetings a month down to 1. And I don't know how they did it, but that might be something this audit could potentially look at and help us understand. Another thing, when we talk about consent, one of the things we did is we created a field trip approval list. So instead of bringing field trips over and over and over again, the board approved a list of field trips, so it doesn't have to come back. And I was thinking as we were sitting here talking, a lot of the programs we see over and over again for the schools. It might be a different school, but it's the same program. And I didn't know if we could have a master approval list for this program that, a group comes in and they present on almost an annual basis, right, for each school site, just as something to think about. But I hope that audit might be able to help the board decide, best practices in the long run, because, like you said, we don't want to be here till 10:30. We want to get the work of the district done and also focus on student achievement, but yet not be here for 6 hours if we don't have to be. If there's a better way of figuring out how to get the work done, but also recognize our students and our staff and appreciate the work that's going on. And so I just want to make that comment on there. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a superintendent, we do our best to try to minimize the agenda, put as many things as consent as we can. But that's a great tool if you're able to bundle, again, to be able to dedicate the appropriate amount of time where it needs to be spent. When we talk about protocols for board meetings a little bit later, as our third deliverable or second deliverable, that's among the things we'll talk about. What time would you like meetings to end? What are the type of things that you need to do for that to happen, to really engage the public? Yeah, you don't want to be talking at 10:30 at night or 11 o'clock at night. Sometimes that happens, but how could you ensure that you are going to be able to move the district forward, focus on teaching and learning, but at the same time take care of the business of the school district and not have too many meetings and not have those meetings run too late? So that has a lot to do with, with public comments and your own comments and so on and so forth. So again, strategizing, but codifying in policy so that it's something you could stick to. Okay, the next one is
I
communicate.
did want to add something.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Forgive me, Trustee Soto.
I just wanted to circle back because the board president did mention a good point. It's not that our agenda isn't focused on students, but it's about maybe asking, okay, why are we having this conference? How is this related to student learning? So just asking kind of more concrete questions when it comes to conferences or items on the agenda, because that was a good point that she brought up. But it's not that we're not. It's just that we need, probably the audit will give us more clear information as to how that is directly impact. For example, a conference to Disneyland, how is that going to be specific to learning? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, everything on the agenda, of course, has to do with the school district. So it's all going to, in some way, address either the teaching side or the learning side. But again, it's specifically asking the question, why? So why are we bringing in this program? Why are we sending students to Disneyland, for example? What is the purpose? Oh, you're defending your choice to spend dollars in that fashion. So the critical thing is that you are making your community aware and you're all aware of exactly why. And that is what should relate to a student outcome. So clearly, if students are going to Disneyland, what a wonderful experience as far as them having exposure them performing, so on and so forth, right? So, well, that may seem obvious, it's still important to recognize that and have that discussion because, again, it's tied into your vision. We've been working all year with the Learning Center Collaborative on a vision, the profile of the student, the graduate, well, or promoter. Well, what are those behaviors on your side of the ledger, which is the top of the pyramid, that are going to support that work being done? So you're asking these questions because you're trying to determine, is this consistent with our vision? Or is this something that the district's been doing for 20 years? And it's just we keep on doing it, well, because it's, no one really questioned it. So again, it's trying to get to the root and understand the root cause of whatever it is that you're doing. There has to be a reason why you are bringing in program A, program B, why you're adding coaches, why you're doing whatever it is you're doing.
Um, Two things. Trustee Webster is joining.
Okay.
Oh, great.
And the time is
I did ask the tech team to make sure she's
8
able to
third,
log on.
third, 39.
The second thing is, and that this is no disrespect to the information that's being provided. However, we have a memo that each
Item,
item shares specifically the description of the event. It states specifically the impact that it has on the work that we're doing as a system. Why are we doing it? All of that is on that board memo. So I think that there could be clarifying questions, but the why, uh, we go through those memos on a regular basis when they're submitted. First, the department, Assistant Soup looks at it, and then we come together and look at the board memos to see, is this a valid reason and should we move it forward for the board to approve? So we're not wasting your time by putting something on the agenda that, number one, it doesn't align with what we're doing. It doesn't align with the goals and objectives of the district. So there is a layer that comes before it even gets to you, that cabinet reviews all the board memos to see if they are in alignment with, if the objectives and the plan that they're using, if it's a trip to Disneyland, we look at all of that so that you're not having to spend time coming to the board meeting and asking questions that really the answer is right there. And you're not taking more time to ask more questions about those types of things. I do think there is a layer for you to look at things and go, I'm just wondering about this. And then that's another opportunity where prior to the board meeting, where you can contact me and just and ask the question. So then that gives me an opportunity to help you to see what the validity of this is. And then that ultimately gives you an opportunity to make a decision. I want to say good morning to Trustee Webster. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having
Good morning, Trustee Webster. Nice to see you.
you as well, sir. Good morning.
So that's a great point, Dr. Walker. So again, if you were going to do that with every single item, yeah, you would be here until 11 o'clock at night. So what are the highlights of the agenda? What are the things that you each might want to highlight that will speak to the specific work that's being done in the district? Show it off. Show off the great work being done, but also help you to understand it better. And just ask those questions so that the community is fully aware of why you're doing what you're doing.
Yes, thank you. I did have a piggyback on what Dr. Walker stated about asking her questions before the board meeting. I think as a board, we need to come to some consensus because that was what the norm has been for many years. Even when I was superintendent here, ask the questions before the board meeting. But recently, staff have seemed to be upset when we question before the board meeting these items. And so we need to figure out a way that we can ask the superintendent, because I don't want to sit here and ask these questions in open session if I feel that I have the permission and will not get blowback from anybody for asking clarifying questions. But also, as you've been a superintendent, you're well aware that there's always a lot of things on the agenda that may not be correct, or there might be a mistake or an error somewhere. I don't want to call those out in open session. But if I don't have the ability to ask those questions before the board meeting, because I'm told you're making me feel bad, I don't like you asking those questions. So I think we need to have a discussion at some point what that would look like and how we as a board could come to an agreement on when that takes place, and that people can understand we're not doing it to target any staff member or superintendent or cabinet. We're wanting to make sure when that agenda is put out there, it's as clean as possible. And because the public is looking at us and our students, I think about it that our students are looking at that agenda. We had a student come to one of our board meetings. He says, I watch every single one of your board meetings. And so he's watching. I know there's students out there watching, right? And so I guess I think about that. And I want to help the superintendent and the board look as good as possible at the end of the day. And so that's just a point I wanted to make, that hopefully as we go through these discussions, we can maybe figure out a happy medium where, that could take place.
Yeah, so among the protocols that Dr. Walker provided me to get this presentation together was that communication, communicating with each other, communicating directly with the superintendent. So hopefully later in this session we will get to that and agree on what those expectations are. Okay, the next objective, communicate a common vision. So again, same exercise, you have your stickies. Think about it for a minute. What are the behaviors? What things can you do as a superintendent, board of education, as a governance team to communicate a common vision? Absolutely. So Trustee Webster. So thus far, um, we have begun the process of examining our own behaviors and identifying behaviors that support operational objectives that are in your bylaws. And this is being tied to the work we did back in November, where we identified normative behaviors. The goal, the deliverable here, when we complete the exercise, will be that we will discuss a resolution that will address the behaviors that the board would like to codify and follow moving forward.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. And so right now we're looking at this second operational objective, which is communicate a common vision, and everyone is going to write down behaviors that they believe do just that, either as an individual or as a board. So in your case, since you're Zoom, you could tell us yours as well, and we'll write it down on a card for you.
Okay, did you want me to include it in my chat maybe?
Yeah, if you want to put it in the chat, that'd probably be good. It'd be easier to see for sure. But either way, we're all sharing them out uh, for anyone who's watching and for each other as well. So be prepared also.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, so how we communicate a vision, how our behavior.
And the first two are ones that when we originally did our norms, we were not specifically addressing. We were really narrowing down on some other items. So these two are going to be added on to the other ones that we did last November.
So how we communicate or behave on the board that communicates our vision. Okay.
Exactly. So when you think about um, what you are trying to achieve, be it programs you're bringing in, or be it the work you're doing with the Learning Center Collaborative, for example, are you all communicating that vision, or are some of you communicating that vision? Are you in agreement with moving forward on decisions that are made by consensus, all of which are should be tied to your overall vision?
Hi, yes, I wanted to make a quick comment on that, sir. In regards to the learning collaborative, it's, you know, kind of difficult when you're not being included.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Um, when I do recall us. I concur with you, Trustee Webster. I do recall when we did the appointment to the two trustees to send to the meetings. I did want to make sure that nobody is excluded. So I do recall at the meeting, I did ask our superintendent if it was possible for other trustees to attend. Um, and it was shared to me that it is possible. It just needs to be communicated because of the lunch and the food that um, is being served. They just need to make sure there's enough. So I concur. I agree with you, and that's why I did want to make sure that every trustee, if they did want to come, had that opportunity, and that was what's was expressed and explained to me. Hopefully, we would love to see you come at our next. I would love to see you there.
I will look forward to finding out the date.
Okay, let's share out now as far as this objective, communicating a common vision. Whoever's ready to start.
Okay, I said communicating positive, saying the same thing, communicating with respect, and agree to disagree. And I guess it comes to how we articulate our vision when we're communicating with the public. We should be on one accord.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Whoever ready?
So I didn't do 5. I just did 1 because I'm sorry. I sometimes just my brain goes all over, but I did say ask questions that center around student outcome. So
That's it. Perfect.
Perfect.
Uh, you kind of took mine. It was the Learner Centers Collaborative, which is very direct to what this is, which is making the visions. That's what I have down.
Yes, I didn't write this after Trustee Love French stated hers, but the ours are very similar. Have a board approved vision and emphasize and visit often. And then the board will be consistent in messaging that vision out to the public.
Trustee Webster.
So, when I thought about how the board communicates, especially in regards to our vision, I put down empathy as like we are the leaders. So, we should definitely be leading in an empathetic demeanor, a transparent demeanor, We need the communication to align so that our team actually is reflective of all of our values that we're bringing to that vision. And then the equal treatment. I think, since we are in education and we are the forefront of the district, to make sure everybody is on the same line is important as well. And then lastly, accountability, making sure that we as a board communicate on an accountable level too.
Thank you for that, Trustee Webster. So for example, uh, when you're communicating your common vision, if among the things that the board values highly is accountability, then you're going to have processes in which you are holding people accountable. Whatever you have, performance management systems, your evaluation process, all of the things that are responsible to that particular element, holding people accountable. So, as a Board of Education, you're communicating that out, but it is everywhere in the organization. So it transcends everything. So when we talk about coherence, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about that vision transcending all of the behaviors throughout the organization. Okay, and the final one for this group of operational objectives. Oh, God, my gosh, I am so sorry, Dr. Walker.
I just had one, thank you, and it is assume positive intent.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, and the last one is taking collective responsibility for the board's performance. So think about that for a second. Taking collective responsibility for the board's performance. This is number 6 on the actual presentation. Yeah, so this is the last one. This is the last one in this group for this particular exercise. The other ones we have covered through all of the exercises that we did in November. Okay, who's ever ready? Trustee Love French, you are ready. Always ready.
Sorry. Remain positive, speak positivity, avoid negative environments, and listening.
Very good, thank you.
I did be transparent, be transparent in words and actions.
Thank you.
I have down 2 board retreats and workshops and quarterly evaluations.
That gummit, Trustee Soto, you stole one of mine too. Earlier, Trustee Love French stole one, but I promise you, I'm not looking at their notes, sir. I'm just. I had visit self-evaluation quarterly and assess and redirect as needed ourselves.
I like to add that listening to understand and not to respond.
Okay, I will write that down and add it.
And
And
Dr.
Dr. Walker?
Ensure all trustees are given the same information to be able to make sound decisions.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, any final comments on these 3 objectives that we just discussed?
Well, I think on the 3, it doesn't matter what we put on the stickies if we don't actually do them or take them to heart. So that's my last thing.
Absolutely. And that's, of course, the reason why we're here. So if the board chooses to move forward with a resolution, you're basically saying we resolve to behave in this manner. And these are the things that we agree to follow. We're doing it here publicly, at a public meeting, and agreeing that this is what we are going to do. So at this point now, if I could get, could I have the presentation back up, Jalen? Oh, thank you. Okay. So our first work in November covered these elements. And we've just added 3 more components to it, all of which are covered, by the way, in the original work that we did. So the resolution. So everyone, I know you can't see it on the screen very well, but you have it in your packet. It should be towards the end. That's, I believe, it's the 26th slide. 26, 27. And all of the pages that I just went through are just examples of those that we agreed upon when we met in November. So take a few minutes now, and starting at the first one, which is trustees are not judgmental, you could see what we agreed to.
I think Trustee Kraus needs a magnifying glass.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
He's not able to see
Yeah.
it.
I'm working on it.
Sorry about that.
Use your
Your phone.
camera. Take a picture. Blow it up.
Here.
I can see it. I'm just looking a little closer than, what I like. I need better. I gotta get reading glasses.
Well, I mean, just make it easy for you.
I don't want to take your computer, sir. That's right.
That easier or no?
Oh, here it is in touchscreen. Oh, yes, that works. There you go. All right, sir. What are you gonna look at? You got
I know it. I wrote it. Trustee Webster, you see it as well, correct? You have it?
Yes, sir. I'm reading over it.
Okay.
Oh, I know, that's what they were telling me. I've read any, I appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
You bet. Okay, when you've completed it, look up and we'll look at comments that you have, questions about it, uh, things that you'd like to see in it, or things that you would like not to see in it.
Um, um, these are good norms. I mean, these are, I feel like these are common and these are what we should be passing. Something that came to my mind was the norms that we do during our meetings. I think what's missing or what we need to add on is how we, our normative behavior during the meetings. This is, I think, it does touch on parliamentary proceedings. There's a paragraph here. What I would like to see is more normative behaviors during the meeting so that, in addition, we could have these normative behaviors bullet points right in front of us every board meeting so that we're reminded this is how we're going to behave during this board meeting. These are the norms that we agreed to as a board, how we're going to behave, the expectations of the parliamentary procedures. That's the only thing that I like to see elaborated on because I know it's in here. But that's what I would like to see is something where we can agree on normative behaviors during the meeting, not just as trustees in general. I think that would be very helpful for us.
So specific, for example, to don't talk if someone else is talking, like those sort of, yeah. And those are, and we have all those because we did most of those on the 12th, and that created this general list. But you certainly could have the specifics on there if the board chooses to have more specifics, or it could be a separate document depending upon what you prefer.
I
So,
think it sounds good. Like if it would probably be better if it were a separate document, as it's been discussed that we did talk about it already. So this would be good to approve. I just wanted
Right.
to add that to share to my colleagues my perspective on making sure we also approve something, another document.
right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, so remember when we did this, the resolution was originally done so that we let the community know that we're taking governance seriously and that we're gonna follow these policies. But then when we broke it down individually, including what we did here today, those will all be bulleted items. And yes, it probably would be a good idea to have them in front of you each time. Any other comments, questions?
Can I just kind of support what Trustee Soto was saying? I can have our team put together like a card that's laminated and it'll specifically state the details around what the parliamentary expectations are and the behavior that we should see. We can have them do that. And that doesn't have to necessarily be another board approved item because it's already here. It just elaborates and gives you specific things that you should do. And that's something we can bring and let you all see. If you want to add to it, take away from it, we can do that. And that's not something that necessarily has to be approved because you've already approved this. Once you approve it, then it's just going into detail, giving specific examples of the behavior. We can do that.
And any other questions, comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And again, going back, since on the second page where the signature page is on there, if we look under trustees, keep moving forward, the second bullet, again, I want to revisit that because we had discussed it earlier in this session this morning. And to paraphrase, it talks about preventing gotcha moments that erode public confidence and ask clarifying questions prior to the meeting's best practice for Board of Education, whose members promote efficiency, transparency, and professionalism. Not harping on our last meeting, but if you were to watch our last meeting, several of the items that were brought about by trustees could have been prevented from being asked at the board meeting. One of the issues that I hope the board will consider is that as board members, we see the board agenda Friday night when it's published. It's too late. Can't do anything about it. All those mistakes that were on there can't be changed. They're there. The only opportunity we have is to ask those questions in an open session because we don't want items to be approved that are not correctly on the agenda. But if it comes out Friday night and we never saw it before then, and those mistakes are on there, like if I welcome you to go back and watch the board meeting to get an idea of the kind of things that, my fellow trustees and I perhaps bring out. And we're not doing it again to have a gotcha moment. But at the end of the day, if we approve something, we want it to be as clean and as correct as possible. So I don't know what the answer is to that about, being able to ask the superintendent or bring about comments or questions or potential corrections before it's published. And I don't know what, your experience has been in that, but I'd welcome any kind of advice as we move forward in this process on how we could, again, not have those potential gotcha moments that we're not trying to do. Again, I hope that makes sense at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's the communication protocol that we're going to address in our other deliverable, because that's exactly what that is. And then the board agrees on how that communication is going to happen. Trustee Webster, comments, questions?
Yeah, I guess one of my big questions about this resolution is a lot of this is found or should be found in our board governance handbook. Um, and I'm not 100% sure what a resolution adds to it. The other issue I kind of see is the but are not limited to. That leaves this whole resolution open for question. And I guess I'm just kind of needing some direction on that.
So the purpose is to communicate to the public that the board is serious about governance, about how you behave publicly, and how you govern the school district and everything having to do with it. So it's general, yes. So it does leave room, but the handbook is a very big document that no one's necessarily going to be looking through. In fact, your handbook has a lot of repetitive stuff in it, which is why we're going to revisit it if the board chooses to do that. But this is really a way, more than anything else, to make sure that the community knows that you are holding yourselves accountable. So that's really what you're resolving to do with this. And then if you have specific behaviors, as Dr. Walker was talking about, added to it, that also will be noticed when you guys have your board meetings, and people will see that you are fulfilling your agreements to each other.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so if there isn't any further comments, so then the question is, and we didn't have action on today's agenda, so this is not something we're voting on now, but if there's any changes to it, I will make those changes, and I'll certainly work with Dr. Walker on all of the specific items that the board identified, specific to individual behaviors. Okay, so now let's, back to the presentation. Jalen, thanks. Does anyone need to take a break?
Does anybody need to take a break?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kim,
Okay.
can we take like a 5, 10?
Yeah.
Go use the
The rest of
restroom?
Okay.
Yeah. good start. All right.
Okay, so before we move on, just to wrap up what we previously did, is the resolution. So I will work with Dr. Walker on completing the resolution. And then Dr. Walker will work with her team on specifically identifying each of the bullet items that we identified today, plus those that we had identified earlier, and then bring that to the Board of Education for discussion and action at some point. Dr. Walker, any addition to that?
No additions. I just want to make sure that Trustee Webster is on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm real quick, and also I was going to mention Trustee Webster. I know you have to leave at a specific time, so if you would just let us know when you have to go, so I can mark the time.
Perfect. Absolutely.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
Okay, so deliverable number 2. So we have the first deliverable complete. So the next one is the protocols. So these are 6 particular items for the Board of Education to discuss today and come to agreement on what are examples of each and what you want to hold each other accountable to and for.
Keep going.
Yeah, it's up on the screen. It's the one that says deliverable number 2, and
Oh,
then after it
it's
should be the 6 bullet
after
points.
this. So there you go.
Yep, sorry about that.
Just see everybody. I'm trying to find it too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start with public comments on closed session items and items not on the agenda. Whoever would like to begin.
Okay, so as board president, I don't know like where the role is because some people will comment and it doesn't have to do what's on there, but they kind of don't know what's on there because it's confidential, and I feel that I can't say, well, no, you can't speak about that because that's not what we're speaking on. So I kind of let them. It's like I'm that's my whole gray. Like I don't know what the rules are or what I should do as board president. Like, do I stop them and say that's not what we're taking into closed session, or do I just let them speak? Oh, and also, well, I don't know. ADTTA, they put all their things they're in there, and I don't know if that's tech technically negotiations, which is on the closed session. So I'm not sure. That's a big muddy.
Anyone else comment?
Yes, I just want to piggyback on President Stewart's comments, and I take ownership of this. In a prior board meeting, there was some thoughts on, is that topic allowed under closed session or not? And I think the consensus was that none of us really knew, at the time. And I had made a point of order on a speaker because, again, in my mind as a trustee, it wasn't on that agenda. It didn't matter what they were saying when they started talking about something that, when I looked at the closed session items, it didn't fit in that package, right? And so I take ownership of that again at a prior board meeting. But I think she makes a great point. How she's board president right now. One of the others could be a board president. How do they know, or how do we know, what is allowed, what's not allowed? Related to those, because they are very generic if you look at our closed session items, right? And so I just wanted to, bring that point up as well. I agree with, her about how do we get clarification on something like that?
Yeah, that's been a pretty contentious topic, is especially in particular to closed session, simply because it is closed session and it's not, something that the public is fully aware about what it is that's being discussed. I do recall us when we were trying to figure out and get some clarity, since it is a kind of gray area. I do recall that. I mean, there's that part. I think I do recall that meeting in particular. There were times where people were speaking on during closed session, which was clearly uh, for it could have been for open session, and I think it's best to um, direct them to help them, assist them in making their public comment during the appropriate time. What is the gray area that was mentioned by the board president, which I completely agree with, is that there are sometimes closed session items that can sometimes overlap to open session. And I think that's where the gray area kind of is what we're talking about is there are times where closed session items can potentially overlap to open session. And so how do we allow them to how do we find that clarity without necessarily exposing the fact that, hey, this is part of that confidential closed session agenda item. So I think it's just adding on to that, which is sometimes closed session items overlap open session. How do we find that clarity?
I think one of the things that happens is that even while I was board president for 2 years, someone may get up there and they may not know that they should or should not speak on that. And I think that, as a public person, right, you're coming in, you could be a parent. It's okay. It's okay, right? Generally, I would allow people to go on and speak, right? I think the problem or my concern comes is that when the board as a board is not we're not supporting our board president. And I know that there's like, oh well, the board president is facilitating this meeting, right? They don't have more say than the next one. But out there, the disrespect that you show to them by, I call it disrespect, because everyone's talking at the same time. You don't get a chance until you sit in those shoes. You don't understand the pressure that you feel when there's people coming at you. You're trying to make a decision in your mind, and then you have the board, your fellow members, coming at you too. And so now everyone's speaking at the same time. Generally, I stay completely quiet because I consider it to be like we all look like we don't know what we're doing. Instead of allowing the board president to be able to either allow that person to speak or cut that person and let them know that they're not talking about it, when everyone gets to jumping in telling someone else what to do, I think that those are conversations that should be had in closed session to say, hey, maybe we do need some more, and we have tried it, right? So we must not be talking to the right people, because by now, even when I was board president, I went through the same thing. I didn't catch it as much as far as people jumping in and saying things, but I just think that the protocols for when things happen has to be very important for us, and they have to be followed. You should not have people from the audience saying things to you, your board members saying things to you, and you're trying to run a meeting. It's just complete disrespect to me. We could talk about that in closed session.
I concur with you, Trustee LaFrench.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly why I had brought up earlier the fact that we need norms for parliamentary procedure, like norms like
No, we need to follow them though, because I think for all of us, we have all, just to say, we have all taken whatever little class maybe. Kraus hasn't, but we've all taken a little class. But I think that even more than that, we all know that what it means to be respectful when someone else is speaking. We all know that. We don't need a class to teach us that. We don't have to overtalk one another. And these are the same things, like I say, okay, I'm here another Saturday, right? I'm going to keep an open mind. I want people to be transparent. We put these things down here on paper and then get right out there and overtalk each other, we want the meetings to close at 8, but we have 30, 40 pages of stuff that we want to read at the end. You can't possibly want a meeting to close at 8 o'clock, right? But if every last one of us had 2 pages that we had to read at the end, right? It's just, it doesn't, what you say doesn't match what you do. Your board president shouldn't leave feeling as if I've been stomped on by my own people. I shouldn't leave crying. I've left crying. I can only speak for myself because you feel as if you don't have the support because someone is trying to embarrass you because of you not understanding. I want the answer right now. Well, I don't have the answer right now. We should know the answer together, but that's not the time and a place in front of the whole public to look as if that we're not on one accord. But then we come to this meeting and say, "Oh yeah, we want to be transparent and we want to be on the same accord." Our actions don't reflect that. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And we need to be supportive of our board president. And I will say that we do need to work together. And at the same time, we need to police each other in a respectful way. And I don't think that, I think I agree that maybe perhaps we need to work on that. But that's exactly why I've been pushing for something that we can see every day so that either you, myself, or Trustee LaFrench, or even the board president say, hey, we agreed to these on this date. Look down on, like, I think it's a form of accountability, something we haven't done before, and I think just trying something new to try to, address the same concern that I have, just as you, Trustee LaFrench, that we do need to be supportive of our board president, and we need to um, police ourselves in a respectful way. Um, and I just wanted to agree with you, and I'm hoping that the steps that we take to address that include something that is different, something that is new, something that we could agree as a five, not three, or but as a collective. And so I just wanted to add that in and say I completely agree.
Trustee Webster?
You know, the initial conversation was about the public comments on closed session items that are or aren't on the agenda. I think one thing that could probably make this a little bit smoother is the descriptions on the closed session items. We don't have to put full details, but they do need to be somewhat more or less vague. That way, the board president can refer to them and make sure, if this is not a closed session agenda item in any way, shape, or form, then, we shouldn't allow the speaking on it. And then additionally, could we look at making public comments available before a closed session or somehow where our public's not there as late? I know we just instated Zoom to kind of help alleviate that issue with people having to be there so late. But ultimately, we still have to respect the public speaking. And it's kind of where I'm at on that.
Thank you, Trustee Webster, and for all the comments that were made this morning with regards to public comments. I think there's a couple of things on the back end that can be done with regards to the form that's being filled out. So, number one, the form is not being completely filled out. If they were completely filling out the form, whoever's receiving the form would be able to read it and see specifically, is this tied to a closed session item? You can tell the person, this is more of an open session because it's not on the list. I will hold it for the open session. This is a closed session item. I will be having, the president will be calling your name, or I'll be calling your name for the closed session comments portion. However, if it's not, and that means that they're completing the form, because I think that's where it initially starts. That's where it can really be looked at more in depthly. What they put on the form is going to tie directly to whether the president says yes or no. But that's already that's been front loaded by the person that's reviewing the form and saying, this really is not a 4.02 item. Therefore, I will hold it for you so that you can speak during the public comments during the general session. However, since this is not a closed session. So you're letting them know in advance that I'm so sorry, this is not a closed session item. Then that would take away from the president having to do that because it's already been done, right? Because they have to turn in the forms. And once they fill out the form, number one, filling it out completely, not just putting a number and leaving it blank as to, because they're supposed to write down what it is that they're going to be talking about. They're not doing the whole form. They're putting the number and then leaving the other portion blank. So to help with that process, in all cases, every board that I've been a part of, that form has to be completed completely. You can't just put a number and expect to be able to go up and speak. You have to put a description of what your topic is, and then that would help eliminate some of the challenges that we're having. The other piece is that we have to be consistent with, yes, we're going to take closed session items and only closed session items. And no, we're not going to take anything that's not a closed session item. And it is not disrespectful to say, I'm so sorry, that is not a closed session item. We're going to hold your paper and you're welcome to speak at the open session, right? In a respectful way, because we're not denying them the ability to speak, but we're just trying to bring order to your meetings. And in order to do that, there has to be consistency. Like you can't waver. If it's a no closed session item discussion, then you cannot let anyone speak about something that's not related to closed session during a closed session period of the agenda. It has to be consistent. Otherwise, it starts to look like favoritism, or you only letting certain ones, well, why is it that that person can do it and that person can't, right? So from beginning to end, from here and going forward, the decision is no closed session items. If it's not a closed session topic, then they don't get to speak at that time during closed session. And you can specifically say, the person that's taking the card or the slip will say, I'm so sorry, this is not a closed session item. Or could you please fill out the portion that says what you're specifically talking about? And then that will help to navigate who comes up with what topic, unless they get up there and talk about something completely different than what's on the form, and you'll have the form to see what that is, then you can interrupt. I'm so sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. However, your topic is not related to the topic that you put on the item, the slip. Therefore, I am going to hold this for you, and you're welcome to speak during the general session, right? That kind of consistency and in a respectful way. No disrespect to anyone, but if we don't bring order to the meetings by being consistent, then we're going to continue getting what we're getting. No matter how detailed we put the items on the agenda, I don't even think that is the biggest piece. It's just having them fill out the form and then not only filling it out, but completing it completely. And then whoever's receiving it, they're actually reviewing it before it's being passed over to the president to listen to the comments.
Yes, thank you, President Stewart. First, I want to say thank you to Trustee Love French, Trustee Soto, and President Stewart about your comments a few minutes ago about not talking over one another and respecting the board president, respecting each other. Along those same lines, Dr. Walker just talked about being consistent, and I don't say this to try to pick on anybody or be mean to anybody. For 35 years, the rotation of the board has been a certain order. And again, not speaking ill of Madam President, but for 2 years in a row, the former board clerk has been passed over to become president. This has been something that in several people's minds in the community is of concern because we weren't consistent. That consistency was broke, and we want to respect the office of the presidency, but when it appears just on its face that a certain person is being retaliated against, whether they are or not it's very difficult to respect certain decisions that are made. So I just wanted to bring that up as a point. And then also, when we talk about public comments, and this is more for you, a question as we move forward. Again, at the last board meeting, there was a community member that wanted to speak for closed session. But because they weren't here, someone else wanted to turn in their paper. The superintendent denied that ability because they said that they had to be here in person. I find no legal basis for that decision, and we have nothing in our board policies, our board bylaws, our board handbook, anywhere where that person, that community member, was denied the ability to speak because they were not physically here to hand in that paper. Very distressful. They ended up speaking under public comments, but again, it made the board, her comments made the board look like we didn't know what we were doing because of that situation, which could have been avoided. Absolutely could have been avoided because the person that wanted to hand it in gave it to me as a trustee. I tried to give it to the superintendent. The superintendent didn't want to take it and said, no, I'm not doing this, and walked away from me. So again, we need to have something in writing, whether it's from an attorney or whatever your recommendations might be to our entire board, that we can get consensus on for public comments on closed session and open session items.
Trustee Kraus, Dr. Walker would like to address the board on that issue.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, President Stewart, and thank you, Trustee Kraus, for bringing that item up. Number one, with regards to receiving the actual form completed, from what I was told, there was a protocol that was in place that the person had to be present when they are filling out the form. They had to be here. That was what I was told. Um, After hearing from the person that did not get an opportunity to speak, I did follow up with that and did some research to see um, where is it written. And there were no protocols. These were things that were done from previous superintendents, previous board members, things of that nature. However, there was nothing that I could find in writing that said specifically that someone had to be present to speak. If someone filled it out for them, there's nothing in our documents as far as procedures, processes, our protocols that speak specifically to that. But again, I'm coming in new. If I'm given that information, I took it for face value. And so my learning from that is I need to also just follow up to make sure that that is the case. And it is, as a superintendent, I don't, because I am the superintendent, I don't believe I just have the authority to just go against what protocols may already be in place. And so it was in no way to be disrespectful to you, Trustee Kraus. Um, However, it is my responsibility to be an example and a model of following procedures and protocols. So that's all my intention was to follow that. And that's specifically what I spoke to you and that particular employee, was that based upon the information that I was provided, I am following that protocol. But again, as I researched it, there was nothing in writing that showed me that that is something that we are following as a system. Regardless of who was here before, there's nothing in writing. And the second thing is that anytime if we're implementing something new, the community needs to know about it in advance so that we're letting them know that this is the case, that no one's surprised by it, that it is not a shock to anyone, but that we have communicated and shared that with them in advance so that they can make sound decisions as to those new procedures and protocols. And lastly, if it is a new protocol or it is something new, and if none of the board members know about it, then how is it that that's something that we do? And as I did checked around, no one told me specifically that as one of the trustees didn't say to me that that's something that we normally follow. And so with those three learnings, I wanted to make sure that I was going to address that with you and the president, but I appreciate you bringing it to the attention of the board and the community as we move forward.
And thank you, Dr. Walker, for your explanation. And again, this is no way a slam on you. I just hope that in the future, and this for the rest of the board as well. You may not know this, you may know. I was in the district for 4 years, first as the chief business officer, and then as superintendent, and now as a board member. And so I do have a little bit of history. So rather than relying on staff who may or may not know, or may give you an answer that's preferable to what they want. Um, it would be appreciative just to ask our fellow trustees, or and also create protocols that where I can work with you and our fellow trustees if that comes up again. It's something similar to that, right? So that way we don't have that discussion, but we can say, hey, here's what we do. It's in writing. If we have a question that we're not sure of, here's how we're going to handle it. And that would help me as a trustee figure that out as well, and support you, because that's what I want to do. I want to support you in the work that you do as superintendent here as well. In any event, whether it's that one or anything else. So again, thank you for your explanation. I truly appreciate it.
And if I could just make one last comment, and that is, it wasn't just staff that communicated that to me. It was a team, and there was a discussion that we had. So that's why I moved forward with it. And I just felt as though I was put in a position where I was being asked to make just a rash decision when I had other information. And so I think that um, one of the things that, and we'll probably talk more about that a little bit later, is when there are questions that maybe the question is not asked with everyone standing around, because it was like 4 minutes before the board meeting was about to start, that I felt as though I was put in a position that was a little awkward, only because I would have liked to have been pulled aside. Like, it just, you and I, trustee and superintendent, pulled aside, and not necessarily doing all of that in front of everyone else. And so, just as a means of an opportunity for us to continue to learn and work together, that is productive and respectful for one another.
Understood. Thank you, Dr. Walker.
Circling back to the item itself, and I think these are crucial conversations. This is why you have board workshops. This is why you have retreats. Laying it out there, talk about it, work it out. All of these situations are ones in which having a written protocol would solve. So back to that first item and to your question, Trustee Kraus, you need to sit down with board counsel and look at how you are writing your closed agenda items. So, for example, existing litigation, pending, pending litigation. In some cases, that could be that should be written. That should be written on the actual agenda, so people know that's what's on there. You're going to be talking about it in closed session. So that's first. Uh, what a lot of districts do is they will start the board meeting and then go through the closed agenda items and then ask, is anyone here want to make public comments on items on the closed agenda? The protocols that you have to discuss are whether or not you want to allow someone to talk about anything, because technically members of the public could talk about something on or not on the agenda. And the reason why we ask people to fill cards out is because it's a courtesy. We want to know who they are, we want to say their name, and we want to follow up with them. We that's the reason why. But again, as far as the law is concerned, that they don't have to, but that's always something that people do, because people respect the work you're doing. And as Dr. Walker just talked about, you are communicating with your community. So you're saying, here's how we are running our board meetings because we want to be efficient. We want to exemplify what good governance is all about. And we want to be able to get through our agenda so we could recognize everyone that we plan to recognize tonight, and again do everything that we had planned to do coming in. So on this first item, instead of us actually writing anything right now on there, my recommendation is really to talk with board council and determine just what you want it to look like, because it has to be in accordance with the law, obviously. And if the protocols are going to be a little bit different than what the actual Brown Act says, that's okay, as long as you discuss with the public and your public understands and respects the fact that this is why we're asking you to talk about this item in open instead of closed. It's usually not an issue in most places, as long as, again, you are communicating effectively and you're doing these sorts of things where you're resolving, we're passing a resolution to follow good governance, and here's how we're going to utilize, or here's how we're going to work with the public as it relates to their comments. But I forgot who brought up, someone brought up the fact of what's written on the closing agenda items, and that is the first start, is to really work with board council to make sure that everything that it is that you'd like to do, you're able to do.
I did talk with the council, board council, and it's a reasonable rule for public comments and to have the speaker cards.
It is.
And time limits as well. So all of the things that we're doing are reasonable for the public to do. So it's just a matter of following through with what it is that we're doing, the consistency piece, right? So we're not saying no one can speak. That is not what's being said. We're bringing order so that people have an opportunity to speak. There's an opportunity for agendized item, and then there's an opportunity for non-agendized items. So I'm not sure what other counsel is needed with regards to just the statement about public comments and on closed session items that are not on the agenda. Then they have an opportunity to speak during the regular session. So it's not like we're saying you have to wait till this after we come back, but it's if there's a place where we can have it just one time where it's closed session, open session items.
Do you currently have that? Do you have the public comment section for closed separate from
From open,
public
yes.
comments? Right. So you already have it structured that way.
Yes.
It's just a matter of people knowing when it's appropriate to speak under which, because they're not quite sure exactly what's on the closed agenda. And there's many things they won't
Yeah.
know.
Trustee Soto?
Thank you. I just wanted to add, in terms of legality, the only concern that I had was because of the Brown Act, we have to make the meetings accessible to everyone, and that's pretty straightforward. So I guess the only legal clarity that probably would be helpful is the form. If someone doesn't fill out the form in time, and then we don't allow them to speak because they didn't fill up a form, which has been said, it's a reasonable rule, and I think that's important. It's a rule. It isn't a law. And I think that's where I would want to see more clarity is if they don't follow the rules, what kind of liability are we putting ourselves if we prevent members of the public from speaking without filling out a speaker form for whatever reason? If they can't fill it out, maybe they forgot or are not aware that they need to fill out a form and still want to speak. I guess that's the only real legal clarification that I would want to seek from Brooke or from anyone from our attorneys about that. What kind of liability would we put ourselves at, if any, right? Because I don't know, if any, from preventing members of the public from speaking in case they forgot, don't know, don't have accessibility to write, maybe perhaps of speaker form. That's the only sort of comment I wanted to add.
So again, it's a courtesy. It's reasonable to expect people to complete a card. In many cases, people will speak specifically to an agenda item. Right, so they may want to speak on 10.4. So they may come back later in the board meeting. And when that item comes up, then they get an opportunity to talk before you actually discuss that item so that you have that information prior to the item. So it's really a matter of just communicating. And again, that's why you're here. That's why you're doing this work. So get clarification from council as far as what Trustee Soto just said, because again, uh, it's a reasonable thing to ask your community to provide you with that information, but legally you can't demand it. But you like it, and it's easy to tell people why. We want to be able to follow up with you, and you know, we want to know who you are so that we could work together. But sometimes, you know, we saw a lot of it during COVID and other times when people were coming in from other places. When there was a lot of barnstorming going on at board meetings representing certain constituencies, and they came, and I mean, they could put any name on there, right? I mean, that's the reason for the why you don't have to, because they could make up anything they want on there. You never know, right? So it's really because of a relationship with your community.
And just to kind of add to that, like, it's really, I mean, maybe it's not about the name, it's really about what they're going to speak about. And again, if they're not speaking about what they're saying, then again, it does give an opportunity for the president to establish that that comment, we will hold your card, and then they'll have an opportunity to speak to it when it's a non-agendized item.
So to Trustee Soto's point, you know, there's different consequences depending upon the violation. But again, this should be a conversation with the public, with your public, and talk about this under the umbrella of governance. We are pursuing good governance. We want to govern effectively. Obviously, we'd like to get our meetings done at a reasonable hour. All of these things are things that we would like to do. But again, if someone can't, or whatever situation comes up like last week, you're going to have to make a decision. But you need to be guided by what's legal at that point, which is why I recommend it would be a good idea to be very, very clear on those closed items, agenda items, and how they are written, so that people understand exactly whether or not they are speaking to an item that they think they're speaking about. Okay, so let's move on to board report, superintendent report, union leader report, staff reports. How much time you would like to dedicate to that?
So, I mean, I am not opposed to time limits. I know that at the, you know, everybody once in a while they have a lot to say and it goes on, but then it makes the meeting longer. There was one time a union person spoke for almost 10 minutes. They spoke. You know, we kind of give them, you know, leeway, but then it's like when our meetings are long, and I just feel sometimes some kind of a time limit would be good to get to the point. of what they're trying to say.
Are you talking about one of these groups in the report, board report, or union report, staff
Yeah.
reports, or are you talking about public comments?
Reports.
Reports,
The
okay.
board reports, the superintendent report. Yours are short. We haven't heard many because it's at the end and we've had to cut short. But yeah, those things where there isn't a rule, there isn't a protocol. There should be something in respect to time.
Thank you, Madam President. And one of the things that I would be curious to know is what our surrounding districts have, if there's anything in place, right, for board member comments, superintendent comments, union comments. I don't know who would potentially do an audit like that, but I know when we're collecting data, because that's one of the things I'm big on is data, whether it's student data or other data. It's having a spreadsheet that says, okay, in the high desert, here's what the general, protocols are amongst the boards. And maybe they don't have time limits. I don't know, but until potentially that data, it would be helpful to me, I guess, to as we have this discussion and move forward, what that would look like. Out of curiosity.
And any other trustee? Yes,
Madam
sir.
President? Yeah, I concur with Trustee Kraus. I'd like to see what other districts are doing. I know that other governing boards, not necessarily more like city council, do have time limits on those people who want to speak during their board reports. I do like and I'll concur with the board president. I don't oppose time limits on individual trustees so that we can have an efficient meeting. And that way, if we want to say something, that it's worth those 3 minutes. And I think that if that makes sense, if I'm speaking clear. So yeah, I don't oppose the time limits. I think 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I think that's obviously a discussion, but I think it helps us run an efficient meeting.
Trustee Webster.
I guess one of my concerns about this in regards to board reports, superintendent report, union leader reports, or staff reports is we have a lot of different reports come to the board, to try to limit a fiscal audit report or a
No,
budget
that's
report
different.
to a certain
Just
amount of time
let her talk.
seems contradictive to what we're trying to do for our public, along with like superintendent report. If there is a board meeting where we have a lot going on, we're coming back to school, we got PD days, we got to sit there and say you have 3 minutes to speak and cram all of those updates, and that 3 minutes is really kind of discouraging. um
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, but staff reports and reports is the next thing. Right now we're just with board reports, superintendent reports, and the union leader. So we're just kind kind of there. But I agree with you with the interims and stuff. They do need more time, but I believe that that's our next oh no, it's right there. It isn't even a bullet point. That's right. Yeah. Staff reports is different. Sorry. I'm sorry. I thought that was a different
Right,
line.
because, Trustee Webster's referring to presentations, for example, like when the auditor's going to do the audit report. So that's different.
Okay.
No, I was referring to like when our CBO's doing reports or HR's doing reports. Um, and that's kind of where my indifference with it comes. I understand board reports and stuff. I always try to be diligent and type out my report so that I efficiently deliver, but also cut the ums and the uhs out of it. So it's a smooth deliverance to the public. But that's kind of just where I'm concerned is there's going to be times where the superintendent has a lot to report out. There's going to be times where academic services or HR has stuff to report out, and I mean we can set a time limit, but we have to be realistic with the expectation.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm sure that, I mean, I know right now I'm a president, but the future president would allow the extra time if they needed the extra time. I mean, go ahead.
I concur with you, Trustee Webster, 100%. As a matter of fact, it was a concern that I brought recently because this last month I was quite busy and I wanted to report what came to my mind and what I've seen other governing boards do is submit um, written report about what they do and submit it to the minutes. That's something that I attempted to do. Um, I was told that this hasn't been done in the past, and it's more of a legal question. So that's something that I just wanted to share to the board. Sometimes we'll have a busy month, and I had a busy month. I wanted to report, but it was just too much. So I thought that maybe if I can submit my comments to the minutes, that the public can review what I did during that month, still on record, without having to report, during the meetings, everything. But that I was again once told, I think, um, when I'm able to get in hold of our legal, that I think that was something I'll also ask, just as another option. It doesn't necessarily have to be mandated, but for me, I feel comfortable and willing to submit my activities, my reports on paper, submit it to the minutes. That way, I don't have to take so much time, saying it. But unless, of course, the constituents oppose that. But other than that, I think for me, that's kind of where I was also looking, and that's why I agree with you on that.
So, is there consensus on setting a limit, knowing that there might be times where there's just additional information that uh, would need to be shared, at which time perhaps a trustee will share with the board president that I'm a little over the limit today, but if it's okay, please give me that time. How would you guys like to proceed?
Board, Dr. Walker.
Could I just add a couple of things? Number one, thank you, Trustee Kraus, and all those that said, what are other districts doing? There is a superintendent group that I'm a part of, and I just sent all of them a quick text and said, hey, how many of you have limits on how much time each trustee has to speak? And I really love this, my colleagues, because I got tons of responses from pretty much 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Pretty much almost all the superintendents here in the high desert, maybe one or two not there, but they all said there are no limits on the trustees to speak.
I have a comment. I think that the limit on the trustees, right, what actually happens is that there are questions or communication that's going on in between before it gets to the trustees' comments. So the trustees' comments, for the most part, may not be 10 minutes between the five of us. They really aren't. It's when we get down to the last 10 minutes of the board meeting and we still have Dr. Walker that needs to talk because so much has gone on. There's been so much talking. The meeting has gone on for I don't know how long. Closed session is definitely out of control, right? It's just so long that by the time we finally get back out, we get through it, and then you have this crunch for the last 7 or 8 minutes, and then it says, "Oh, can we extend it?" Well, if we would have made better use of our time earlier, then we wouldn't be crunching right here. And I think that was one of the reasons it was moved up, so it wasn't at the end.
It's supposed to be. It hasn't been moved
No,
yet.
it was moved
Yeah,
up
it was
before,
moved
and
up
then it was
before.
moved back, and so we've gone back and forth, right? But I think that it's not so much putting a time limit on what the trustees comment is actually tightening up on the other parts, especially for a closed session. I can say for like the last two meetings went very well. We were in and out. It was very good. So I mean, I was excited about that. But I mean, it's how the meeting flows up until that last 10 minutes with this sense of urgency because everyone now needs to speak. Or then some people will say, I will say lots of times that, I'll just wait. I'll just wait because by that time, it's 9, 10 o'clock at night. I'm already done. So,
Mhm.
Yeah, and I'll concur with Dr. Walker's colleagues because I've never ever had a limit either. But usually you read the room. Right, you read the room, it's later in the day, and I've heard you, Trustee Soto, before say, I have a lot to say, but it's late and everybody wants to go home, so I'll defer to the next meeting, that sort of thing. So, again, if the point of this item is just to, again, just try to ensure that we don't have people who are either grandstanding and or coming and using the time um, for other means other than just you all having a meaningful discussion. So I think that's really what needs to be discussed because I think it'd be tough to limit uh, for all the reasons we talked about. Staff reports, it might be a little more robust some months than others. Some months you may not have to have them at all. So again, just so we have some consensus, however, on this item before we move on to the next one, how would you like to proceed?
No, I agree with I think the rest of the board. I don't think we need time limit. I mean, I always, me time, but I think if we regulate and then the time should be fine. Because sometimes I don't have much to say. So
Okay, very good. Let's move on to board agendas, preparation, notification timelines. Of course, the bylaw specifically that speaks to this process. Whoever would like to begin the discussion.
well, like to begin the discussion,
I
like
can.
how it's done, or tell me.
Right. So, well, questions about process.
Okay.
We've already heard earlier about having information in a timely manner, all that sort of thing.
Okay. Well, I guess so. Soda, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam President. I like, well, I guess it's more of a comment, suggestions, maybe something we as a board can deliberate on. For the preparation and the board agendas, I really did appreciate the board president inviting me to these board preparations. I think it's helpful um, um, to be a part of the process and to learn and so I think it would be helpful to like officially like formalize that, or we can have the um, president and the board clerk come together and look at the agenda together. And again, this was out of her being able to just out of courtesy, and so I appreciated that, and I saw the value in that, and so I just wanted to share that. I think it'd be great to formalize that.
Real quick. So and if I haven't, expressed this, it's the invitation is always open to the other board like one at a time. We can't do more. But because the invitation was done to me so I could get an idea of how it's run. So if I became board president, I would have the idea. So, that's always open to the other board members. You, I know you're done. You already know, so I'm not going to invite you, but it's still open.
I do have a comment about that though, because I think that when it comes to the board president and the superintendent setting up to do the agenda, even though that we are um, invited, right, as other board members to come and see what it looks like to have it on a weekly or every other weekly basis, I would be against that. That is well, that's only me, right? But not good thing I'm not going to be board president anymore. But it requires time, input. You know, being I used to go through the agendas with Michael, right? To have to include another person in there, you know, would just make it flow a whole lot. It'd be longer. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Madam President, my fellow trustees, and Dr. Walker. One of the suggestions, as we've been, articulating these reports and agenda items. So, being a prior superintendent, I understand how the process works. Usually on a Tuesday, the board president and superintendent meet and go over the agendas. And then it's finalized on Friday and published Friday afternoon for the public and for the board meeting the next Tuesday. Um, this is just a suggestion, a thought, because again, I'm trying to cut down on having to ask questions ahead of time, right? If maybe the board gets the agenda draft on Thursday afternoon or evening, not edit access, but just here's a draft. You can read it if you have any ideas or suggestions or questions, and not to change and not to say take away or anything, but say, hey, I noticed on this page there's something here that you might want to fix before it's published on Friday. See, because many more eyes looking at it, and not saying that the board president and the superintendent aren't. They have good eyes, but I'm saying the more eyes on an agenda before it's published at the end of the day would probably alleviate many of the things that my fellow trustees and I bring up at a board meeting, because we want these board meetings to get done at 8 o'clock. That would be great. But in order to do that, we don't want to have to pull an item like, say, off a consent and say, I noticed on here there's something that doesn't look right, right? And just in my mind, if we do maybe some process before it's published on that Friday night, because once it's published, it's done, it's out. We can't go back and change it, right? And so just thoughts of maybe some kind of process to, alleviate that at the end of the day. Just a suggestion.
Madam President. Something that just came to my mind as Trustee Kraus was sharing that during the NSBA conference that I attended last 2 weeks ago, something that I heard that is being done is they do it's more work for the superintendent, I'm sorry. They do a 2-2-1 before the actual meeting. So the superintendent will sit with, and this is kind of where I was kind of, I guess, I was sharing, like, it is good and it's helpful to other trustees to see how the agenda is being prepared and to sit down before the meeting to go over the agenda. So that I'll just kind of add that. I've heard districts where the superintendent will sit with two trustees, go over the agenda. They'll sit with the other two trustees, and then finally with, I'm assuming the board president, she'll be the only one left. So I like that. I like that idea too.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to check your bylaw again because I can't recall off the top of my head, but usually that's spelled out in the bylaws where it'll say board president and one other member. Some say it, some don't. Depends how you've written your bylaws, and you certainly could update your bylaws to reflect that. The 2-2-1 model, it really depends on the board member. Some members are happy reading on their own and then communicating with the superintendent. Others would like to come. I've had it both ways. I've had one-on-ones with all of my board prior to the board meeting so that they could ask questions about things on the agenda or want more clarification because perhaps they want to highlight something or make the public aware of something, that's happening, something wonderful that's going on, like just clarify it. So really, but that's why we're here, to try to determine what you want that protocol to be. And as far as the notification is concerned, I'm hearing Trustee Kraus say another day would help you to be able to get all your questions answered and be able to not feel rushed. Because I will say, it's, if for most Tuesday board meetings, Friday is when it's posted. That probably when you were superintendent, it's the same way, right?
Right. And I'm just trying to alleviate before it gets published any kind of things that the superintendent and the board president can consider. Say, oh, there's something that's not right. The date on the contract may need to be adjusted before it goes published on Friday. So because again, I don't want any gotchas. I don't want to surprise anybody at the end of the day. And again, we talk about efficiency of the board meeting. I think for my own self, that would help make the board meeting more efficient, where I have less questions to ask during the board meeting itself.
So would the board like to come to consensus on the timeline part of this as far as the preparation is concerned? Would you like to just do it as you're currently doing it? Those of you who do meet with Dr. Walker as well, or join uh, President Stewart to do it? How would you like to move forward?
Trustee Webster, do you have input?
Thank you, President Stewart. I want to make comment in this whole bullet point. Board agendas, they're put together by our staff. That is the representation of what's going on, what's moving forward in our district. I think Trustee Krause touched on it a lot, where there's just been a lot of mistakes, and I think as an educational facility, we need to be making sure as a team, like, those mistakes aren't being published. And I agree with him in regards to making sure those mistakes are corrected prior to publishing too. It would alleviate a lot of those confusing moments where you're like, hey, this is what's going on. Preparation, I believe it would be very beneficial to this board if the initiative was taken to have those conversations with each trustee. Hey, I'm checking in with you. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns in regards to that agenda, which would help also to bring down that on the dais questioning and ultimately the timing as well. And then the notification timelines. What does notification look like for us? When do we want these conversations to occur? I like the idea of the 221, as Trustee Soto had interjected. I also think that, giving each trustee an opportunity to meet with the superintendent and the president to go over these agendas also gives the rest of us the idea of how this is going down. And then it also allows Superintendent Walker the opportunity to show more than just one trustee what she's doing and how she's doing it. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. Some of the suggestions we could look at moving forward, to kind of better bring the efficacy to the board when it comes to these agendas, the preparation, and everything.
Um, I'm fine with all those. I just have to make sure that we're being bless you, efficient. I invite board members to join because we do go through, but a part of me, if all of the board members are meeting all the time, though it's not an actual board meeting, it kind of is if we're all putting our fingerprints on it. I so and again, the superintendent, not that we're not important, but they've got a lot of things to do. If we agree on the 221 or whatever, we need to follow up. If she calls, you need to respond to her calls. If she's trying to meet, you need to show up. Because I know when I'm not board president, I just wait till Friday, and then if I see an issue, then I mail or text, prior to Tuesday. Yes, mistakes are made. Yes, there may be a type typo. To me, typos aren't that big of a deal because to me it's the content of the item. Yes, I have brought up when we've met, this date is this date right, and then she'll make a note and try to you know make sure it's fixed, and she'll take notes, and we kind of go through it, and sometimes things still do slip through. So if the board decides to create the 2-1 or something, we just have to follow through. I know sometimes the board, we took a vote for a committee for the LLC, and it was just me and Soto, because of course others have other responsibilities, but I do too. Um, so we have to participate in the things we're saying we want done. So, Trustee Soto?
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, and just to address the serial meeting concern, I know that Brooke can definitely get us some clarity with legalities, but this is something that I've heard is not uncommon of practice. So I just wanted to um, share my thoughts on the legality part at least. But other than that, I still would like. I think it would be helpful to have the 2-1 for both parties, the superintendent and the board of trustees.
We're not taking action on anything. Does the board president have the ability to say whether or not if they want to have it the way it is? Or is it just the board that votes to say that now the clerk is gonna be there? How does that work?
Yeah, so again, we're not taking action today. We're just discussing things and
Discussion.
trying to build consensus around these ideas. At some point, Dr. Walker will take something to the board that needs to be codified, whether or not you want to make it a policy. But this is more informal, related to meeting with Dr. Walker about the agenda. It's not a serial meeting. If each of you meet separately, uh, with Dr. Walker, it becomes a serial meeting if there's an item that you discuss with one board member, then that board member discusses with a third, right? That daisy chain concept. So you could do 2-2-1. You could do however you want to do it. And sometimes, again, it really depends on the board members. Some might not want to. I've certainly had those that are comfortable just reading it on their own, and that's that. And others who do want to discuss it.
Yeah, it just seems like once again, right, we're gonna put emphasis on, two here, 3 hours there, two board members meeting here, and once again, it still is taken away from the fact of what we're doing with our children. So now you have 20-hour board meetings. Now you're gonna have 3 or 4 days of the superintendent trying to match up her 3 or 4 hours and the president's 3 or 4 hours. Now the president, right, is now going to have to, meet, right? And now if I wanted to meet on a Wednesday at 6 o'clock, somebody else wants to meet on this day at 7 o'clock. And now you have this person, both people being pulled all over the place to satisfy. And I just am curious to know, like I said before, what does this have to do with us educating the trustees? What does this have to do with educating our children? So how many more hours are we spending towards data? How many more hours are we spending towards this when we're spending on just setting the agenda? That is going to take 5 hours in closed session. And we have a lot of things that we're getting ready to put emphasis on because I want to be at the table. I want to be at the table. I want to be at the table. Now you have her splitting herself up 5 different ways. It could be three. Most likely it'll be five, right? And then you have Ben splitting herself up those many ways too because she needs to be at the table because she's the president. It just seems like our focus is not on even today, right? Where this governance, it's not on what are we doing for our children on Monday. That's all.
Dr. Walker, do you want to put input? Mike? Oh, okay, Kraus.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Dr. Walker. Thank you, Madam President, my fellow trustees. I do appreciate the 2-2-1, Trustee Soto, that you mentioned. Just for the record, I am not against it, but I am not necessarily interested in doing that. My point of view is reviewing the agenda before it's published. I don't want to change anything. If the board president, superintendent decide what's going to be on there, it's going to be on there. I think where I come from is the point of looking it over myself, reading it, and then if I see anything that I have questions or comments on, being able to let the superintendent know and the board president know before it's published. That's where I'm coming from as far as like anything. Not saying, hey, take that off or add this to it, but hey, look on page 3. There's something on there that may not need to be on there, something for you to review, right? So that's where I'm coming from. I do appreciate the 221, though, that you all have suggested. But again, as far as time is concerned, I think for me, just because I come from a different place, being in education, I think for me, it's easier to understand the agenda if I read it myself and then see if there's anything that maybe I have questions on. But again, as we've talked about, when it's published, it's published. We can't change it. We can't, fix anything on there. And so I really want to help the board president, whoever it is at the time, and the superintendent with that. It's not coming from a place of, hey, this is wrong. You guys don't know what you're doing. It's coming from a place of, hey, look, we're all in this together. And if something is not right on the agenda, or doesn't look right, I would hope that they would review it and say, you know what, that's right. That's a great point. Let's look at changing it. So I just want to emphasize that's where I come from as far as the looking at the agenda before it is published on that Friday. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Stewart. I appreciate everyone's comments and recommendations or considerations. The one thing I did again reach out to my colleagues to see some of the processes that they take in relationship to the agenda. Um, it's 50-50 right now, that 50% of them give the agenda prior to it being published publicly, and the other 50% doesn't. So I think that is definitely one way we can consider. And then giving the board, each trustee, an opportunity to contact me and let me know if they have any questions, um, and or include the president with the contact and letting me know what things they may see or have questions about, at least 24, 48 hours. If we're saying I'm meeting with President Stewart on Wednesday, and if after we review the agenda, then Thursday, we could potentially have it provided to the other trustees so that you're able, before we are publishing, that you contact me with regards to any questions, concerns, or so on and so forth prior to us publishing it is something that um, I think would be a good place to start.
And Dr. Walker, thank you for that. I'm not trying to be the police on the agendas, but if that is a way that the board decides we go, in my mind, if we're given the opportunity to look at it before it's published, and we fail to contact you and the board president, then we shouldn't sit up there on the dais on Tuesday night and, bring up things, because then it's on us as trustees. We didn't do our part to support you. And in my mind, again, I'm not trying to say that we should do that, but I'm just, as I'm thinking about this, because I want to be fair to everybody. But if I, for whatever reason, just, I'm not going to read it and make any suggestions to the board president and the superintendent, then on Tuesday night, it wouldn't be fair to me to, pull up all of these things that I had that opportunity to share with you before it was published. So I just want to make that comment as we think about this and discuss it.
May I, Madam President? I thank you for sharing that, Dr. Walker. And based on what I'm hearing, I think that is a good way to start us. I think the whole point of the 221 was so that we have time before to talk to you or see some suggestions. So yeah, I would concur with my colleagues on trying that first. That way we at least have an extra day.
Okay, so recognize for Dr. Walker, remember that everyone in each division is responsible for getting their items to the board secretary, to Dr. Walker's secretary rather, who's putting it together. So there should be a little time period where Dr. Walker could work with the team to let's say you want all items done in by Wednesday because we want to publish Friday, but we want a couple days to share with board members to go through it, proof it, and so on and so forth. So that might not happen before the first meeting because I have experienced this exact same thing, and my board wanted to see it by Wednesday. They wanted a couple of days before it was published. We had board meetings on Thursday, so we did usually a Monday posting. And what they preferred was to have the weekend to read it when they had some time. So we made it so we were committed to doing it on Friday. But of course, used to be Monday, and staff had the weekend to get it ready. Well, now they didn't have that anymore. So it took us probably 2 months to adjust, modify everyone's schedule, sometimes even get additional support for some departments to be able to get those items in. So that worked, knowing the board had the entire weekend to read it and suggest changes if necessary. Because it's great to have all the eyes on it. It really is. Because staff, I mean, they're going a mile a minute. You miss stuff. Mistakes happen. There's no doubt, right? But yeah, you'd love that privilege of being able to do it beforehand. So, can we get consensus on what that's going to look like? What days? So we could make
Well,
get
um,
consensus on it.
I know that I used to the first time I was president. We met on Wednesdays. Trusty Love French when she was president. She met on Tuesdays. I switched it back to Wednesdays, but I was just thinking I was going to talk to Dr. Walker if it would be easier to meet on Tuesdays so that the agenda is available for review by Thursday for the board, if that would be easier. So um, so that it's kind of set that we meet here. I guess the meeting depends on whoever is the board president and their schedule. So
So if we move our meetings to Tuesday, then providing it to them by Wednesday would give them a little bit more time and then give my team a little bit more time to
fix it.
make any adjustments that need to be made so that we have a final product of comments and questions um, by the end of the day on Thursday so that whatever corrections that need to be made, they're made before we post on Friday.
Okay.
So any questions, comments, or whatever are in Thursday, no later than, can we put a time frame on that? If we say 3 o'clock on Thursday, then that gives my team some time to make the corrections before publishing.
Board.
I'm good with that.
Okay,
Well, thank you for changing your time. I'm pretty sure that you had it on Wednesday for a reason.
Well, I did, but now it's because I had intended to go back in person, but I actually like the evening on Zoom because then I can go home, have dinner, and then we meet, and then she can drive home because I want to be, respectful of the fact that she has to drive down the hill. So this gives her time to go down, and then we meet. So.
Trustee Webster. Trustee Webster.
I'm in agreement.
Thank you.
Can you just reiterate what was said?
So, as far as meeting, we're not going to move to any official model like 221, but leave it up to each individual board member to communicate with Dr. Walker regarding whether or not they would like to meet. Some have expressed an interest, some have not. As far as when the agenda will be.
Clarify that for me, please. I just got lost in that.
Oh, that's okay. So each
Asking
board,
to meet with her.
if you choose, so if a board member chooses to review the agenda with Dr. Walker, then you'll contact Dr. Walker and arrange to do it.
No.
Oh,
Oh, okay. I didn't have that understanding just now. I thought it was the understanding of the model that Michael just said about us having the agenda to be able to look over the agenda and from looking over the agenda, being able to pose questions, but they can call her. I'm trying to alleviate these one-on-ones personal with her where she has to now sit down and wait for you to come over and set it up at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock on a Thursday, where if you have questions, then you can send her an email, you can send her a text, you can call her, but I didn't hear anything about meeting in person.
Right. Yeah, so I was under the understanding that it was by choice, so if,
Yes. Well,
that's what I thought Trustee Soto said.
I would just add that if Dr. Walker is willing to meet ahead of the time, and I don't think all the time every trustee is going to want to meet, especially if there's not that many questions or agendas to review, but it shouldn't be prevented. I don't think that we should be working towards not allowing trustees to want to sit down with their superintendent, especially if the time allows. I think it's just helpful. But yeah, what I conceded was the whole 2-2-1, right? But I still don't think that we should prevent trustees from reaching out to Dr. Walker. Hey, these are I have these questions. Um, and then if there is something more that is worthy of meeting, we shouldn't necessarily be prevented, and only because I don't think it's always going to be a trustee always wanting to meet. I don't think it's always going to be, uh, the concern that was brought up was trying to alleviate the work for the superintendent, not trying to put too much work. So I just want to share my thoughts on that, and I hear you, Trustee LaFrench, and that's why I was willing to work towards getting us at least the agenda beforehand. But again, I just don't see the value in preventing trustees from wanting to sit with the superintendent.
Well, I'm not agreeing to moving forward with that because that was not what was laid out. Because I am in a disagreement with, because it could be one today. We're dealing with a time crunch. The board president, according to our bylaws, is the person that is actually meeting with the superintendent and actually setting the agenda. And so until those things are changed, she had a common courtesy where she actually invited people to come with her. But I will no way agree to, just as one board member, to having 5 different members having the ability in between Tuesday and Thursday saying, can I meet you on a Wednesday? And then she has to take time out of her day to cater to us when she should be focusing on our school district. I'm not in agreement with that.
Yeah. Others?
I like the idea Trustee Kraus had that the draft is dropped on. Well, like what Dr. Walker said, the she and I will meet Tuesday. The draft, agenda is available to the board by Wednesday, so we have time to go through it, review view it, and by Thursday by 3, if we have questions or concerns, to contact the superintendent so that those can be addressed or fixed. So by Friday, when it's dropped, then it's clean, right?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And as you were talking, I thought about something else. I don't know if we're able to codify this or not, but maybe as a board, we can come into agreement that when the draft is shared with the board members, it remains confidential, that we don't share that draft information with anyone unless it's the board president or the superintendent. Because I'm not saying that any of us would, but if we just put sort of protocols in place, because we've never done that before, right? And I know that if I were a superintendent or a board president, I wouldn't want that information. Somebody to call me on Thursday and say, "Hey, why is that on the agenda?" Some random person, right, that somehow got that information from a trustee somehow. So again, as we are talking, I'm just thinking about maybe protocols the board might want to consider.
I agree.
Along those lines.
I agree.
Pretty sure Webster may have something to say.
Trustee Webster, did you want to add on?
I concur with Trustee Kraus. I think the confidentiality should be in place. And I just really kind of wanted to add that, you know, it, my con- consideration for it, it should be a revolving door. We're all teammates. We're all fighting for the same thing. So, trustees, yes, it should be a responsibility to reach out for questions and whatnot, but it should be reciprocated as well. We should be followed up with as well. That's all I have to add.
Okay, so let me recap. So the Dr. Walker will work with her team, and will be provided some time to get the team to adjust their schedules. But as soon as possible, the agenda will be in draft form, ready by Wednesday. At any specific time by the end of the day.
First thing.
First thing Wednesday morning, once the president and I review the agenda and make all the appropriate adjustments, the goal is that it goes out the next morning to the trustees, no later than 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go back one step. So President Stewart will meet with Dr. Walker on Tuesdays. They will go through the agenda, and by Wednesday at 9 a.m., it will be available. And it's all online, correct? You guys are
Yes.
agenda online. Then all trustees will have the opportunity at that time to read it, review it, and then by 3 o'clock the following day, Thursday, all questions, comments, corrections, any input that the trustees have will be provided to Dr. Walker. Will that be via email?
I would recommend that if they have questions, that they contact me, send me a quick text or call. Those are the first options I would recommend.
Okay, so choice of how the board would like to communicate.
I did have a question on the, so in board docs where we go to review the agenda, is there a way to not make it public so where we can see the draft? Because I'm not sure how that ever worked on that, to where we could review it,
No.
but that the general public couldn't see it.
Yeah, I believe there is a way for the board, just the board, to look at it on board docs. It was explained to me a long time ago. I don't know the exacts, but I believe.
Well, if we can get some kind of, instructions on how to do that, because again, I don't want it, be published to the public, but still have the ability, because I just go into the board docs and, see it. I believe there was a login at some point we were all given, but I have no idea. I apologize where my login went.
So do you not log in to access board docs with your username and your password?
No, ma'am. I just go in and click on board docs and see the agenda on Friday evenings after it's published, like everybody else. So I know there was at some point again.
Michael, you and I used to do the agenda, and there was a part in the agenda where only the president could go and look at the draft, and it was you and I doing it forever.
It's
So
got to
maybe
be
you
a
forgot.
login and a password or something. So maybe if I could get reminded of that or sent that again
Okay.
on how to do that. I do apologize, but I want
because
to make sure.
that's the only way I go into board
okay.
docs is I use my username and my password.
Yeah, I concur. Yeah, but like Trustee LaFrench and board president said, yeah, there's usually a login and you could access the documents before, yeah, the drafts, and I've done that in the past. So yeah, it's dope.
Yeah, just like staff who are working on it on a regular basis. So Dr. Walker's team will communicate to ensure the board all has access information. So let me review one more time for the record. Okay, so Tuesday is the board president and Dr. Walker reviewing the agenda. Then by Wednesday, it is made available to all members of the Board of Education. In other words, it is in its final yet draft form, and that will be Wednesday morning by 9 a.m. By Thursday at 3 p.m., the board agrees to contact Dr. Walker be it text, email, phone call, and inform her of questions or concerns you have regarding that. And then Friday, it will be published as has been the case, which is what, 5 o'clock?
4:30. I think it's
And the
4:30.
preferred communication
Is text or
is
call.
text or call. Because what happens is, once again, she is overseeing an entire district. Unless she walked around with her cell phone, with her emails up, there's chances are for all of us, if you're going to email me something, I'm not going to respond until I'm settled. So it's easier for someone to call someone or send them a text. That is her preferred communication. She's not at her desk.
And then one last thing, I know we said 3 o'clock, not getting the message right at 3 o'clock. Hopefully we have everything in that we've communicated way before 3 o'clock. So then that gives the team enough time to make all the adjustments. So not necessarily waiting until 3 o'clock to get things to me or to talk to me about it, the items on the agenda, but prior to, so that by 3 o'clock, I have everything already shared with me.
Trustee Webster, I'll make sure I don't forget you there. Are you agreeing with the consensus here of all those dates and times I just shared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does anyone need a break? Okay, because so it's a little before 11, so we're trying to do this an hour at a time, and we're making good time. We have, I believe, 3 more protocols left, and then you. Okay, so how long a break?
Yeah, like 8 max. And I'm gonna set a timer. All right, now we're back.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to school site visitation protocol. So typically, my experience is, again, that's not a bylaw per se. Typically, it's agreed upon that whether the board attends with the superintendent or a member of the staff, planning well in advance so that there's time for the superintendent to prepare, or whether or not the board members could meet with schools on their own, whatever it's going to be. So, who would like to begin?
Madam President.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I believe our policy states that it's recommended that we advise our superintendent that we'll be visiting one of the school sites. It's my best belief that it's not required. Um, and so that's the only comment that I have. I think I'm okay with the current language. It's something that's been practiced. So I don't know if we need to change it or not.
Well, I know when I can visit a school, I always let Dr. Walker know so that that we could go together, because there's times where I want to go to school, but they're having a this, or they're having a that, and so there's not a chance to actually see the kids in the classroom, so we pivot and go to another school. Trustee La French.
Generally, I like it the way it is. It doesn't, I just have always sent out a text message saying, hey, I'm going on my lunch break. It's a free hour. It depends on where I'm located. In the county, it works for me. I send a text message and say, hey, I'm going to go to so and so. And I'm not disruptive. I go, I want to play with the kids. I want to hang out on the playground. And I let the principal know that I'm there. You can take me, you don't have to. But I try to be respectful to the principal's time, because I think that when I show up, it could be the principal that feels like, oh my God, what's she doing here, right? I come through the door saying, I'm just here to play. I'm just here to play. I just want to see the wonderful things you're going. I'm on my lunch break. Other than that, right, I take my vacation days from work to go see schools. So.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Walker for the discussion on the school site visits. I think, for some of us, our work schedules vary. They're not steady, right? So one day we might have time off, but that we might not know that until the day before. And the superintendent may be somewhere else, or prior plans or things like that, right? And so I want to be cognizant of that, but I don't want to waste that day either. Like, for instance, if I find out I have off on Monday on Sunday night, but the superintendent's already made plans, I still want the ability to potentially visit sites, right? And not interrupt her schedule, not have her drop everything she's doing, because that's the only day I may have off. For example, today is Saturday school, and I don't know what time it goes to, but at the end of the day, Saturdays, we don't get an opportunity necessarily to visit sites, but if there's Saturday school going on, we as board members could go visit sites, but she may have other, plans right after this meeting, for example. One of the things I like to do every year is called the Cesar Chavez Challenge, where we try to hit up every school in one day, which is interesting, all 14 of them, because, that's usually a holiday in the year, and it's an opportunity to go the Chavez Challenge. And I challenge all of our board of trustees, if you're off on that day, to try to visit all of our schools. I know when I was superintendent and President Love French was board president, she would put on sneakers and we'd go as many places as we could go in one day. And again, being cognizant of the principals and the administrators, because we didn't want to take up their time. As we know, our school sites are hopping all the time with various activities. And so we just, again, want to be cognizant of that. But I agree with my fellow trustees. I think as it stands now, it's working. But as a courtesy, as much time as we can give in advance to the superintendent to let her know as a courtesy, hey, I have this off potentially. I might be going to visit these sites, and let her determine how she alerts the staff, because that's one thing that as a board, our only employee is the superintendent. So I don't feel it's appropriate for me to call the principals and say, hey, I'm coming to visit your site. I think that that's one thing that I would rely on the superintendent to do, to give the principals, hey, a heads up that potentially whether I'm able to make it or not. But hey, potentially the trustee has notified me that they might be able to come out this afternoon. Just wanted to give you a heads up kind of thing, as far as a courtesy is concerned.
Okay. Trustee Webster?
I agree with how it's written. It's recommended. It's not required. There's plenty of times I'll get out of court early with enough time to hit a few school sites, and I think this is a conversation that's healthy. So we understand how and our boundaries with that. I've always appreciated being able to just send a quick text, "Hey, I'm gonna swing by Mesa Linda," or "Hey, I'm on this side of town. I want to go check out Atalanta Elementary School." But I don't think it should be a requirement to have the superintendent or staff with us. As we've heard numerous times Trustee Love French say, like, they're busy, they have meetings, they have things that they're committed to. So I'm in full support with keeping it the way it is.
Okay. Dr. Walker?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Stewart, and all of the trustees for your input on school site visitations. I, number one, want to just say thank you for your attention to wanting to visit the school sites. One of the things I like to do is have opportunities to go with you and to kind of really highlight some of the things that we as a district are doing when we're visiting classrooms. So I know I've had an opportunity to do that with some of the trustees, and that has been, to me, it has been very productive and enjoyable. So you can kind of hear some of the clearly focused areas and to talk specifically about the things that you're seeing when you're going into the classrooms, so you have a better understanding of what it should look like and or is looking like. So I love to be able to continue doing that as much as possible. But again, schedules are pretty full and things are going on. But I would just always love an opportunity if I am available or I can make myself available. I love to be able to join you in your site visits.
Okay, then let's see if I get this one right. You ready? Okay, so we have two categories. We have unplanned visits, and when I say unplanned, I mean not arranging well before the actual visit so that Dr. Walker could arrange to be with you on a planned visit. Maybe you're going to go see your trustee area schools, for example, or go see specific programs. Principal could plan ahead. So usually that might be about a week in advance. So we'll call those the planned visits so that Dr. Walker again could go with you and showcase the schools. For unplanned visits, which might be because you have an extra hour here or something came up in your day, you're freed up, then you're going to visit. In which case, text or call Dr. Walker so she is aware. She could then contact the principal to let the principal or whoever is there. That sometimes principal's not there, maybe the assistant principal or designee, so they're aware. I know for my board, I like to make sure there's a park in place, and especially if it's a school that that has parking issues, so that they have time to arrange cone off a spot so that you could come and go and still spend as much time as possible. But again, that's something you guys could discuss. But so did I capture that one accurately?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm 1 for 2. All right, now we have a couple left. It's 11:15, so we're doing well. Communication between board members and employees, request for information. Who would like to begin this discussion?
Trustees?
Madam President. Um, I think it's already been stated that the preferred communication is text and call for a superintendent to get, you know, um, requests for information. And yeah, I think preferred, as our Dr. Walker has stated, that's her preferred method. And then when it comes to employees, I'm not sure what that refers to. Is that when communicate to employees about their department, like certain questions you might have, or like what does that refer to? As I'm currently thinking that the only employee that we really should be communicating
Right.
with is our superintendent. So I
Yes.
guess
Right.
maybe some clarity on that.
Right. So yeah, my guess is that that's directly contacting someone on the team. Is that correct? As opposed to
Mike.
So if an employee reaches out to you as the president, which sometimes they go directly to you without coming to me or any of my cabinet members, that they're either redirected and or you share with them that you will share that information with the superintendent so that it can be addressed.
I'll say that any time that I am approached by someone outside of Dr. Walker, right? Anytime I'm approached by a parent, an employee that may have a concern, even in my emails that I receive, I always say that I hear your concern and I'm going to refer this to the superintendent and send a text message. So I entertain no conversations. I'm on my own time, when I'm in the grocery store, when I was a parent and I would go to a school, that is not for me. The only person that I want to make sure that the superintendent gets the information as fast as possible so they're able to address it.
Okay. Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you. I agree that we should refer employees to the superintendent. One of the things that I've heard, just for Dr. Walker's edification, is that we've already reached out to cabinet members, not necessarily you, but cabinet members, and we haven't heard anything. And so I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I'm just saying that that seems to be this year the theme that, employees, and again, I recommend have you talk to Dr. Walker. Like I refer them to you. I don't engage in the conversation, about it at all, but just, those are the main kind of things. If I hear from employees, or their directs, like have you talked to your school principal, whoever their direct is, because I always encourage everybody to follow the chain of command before they jump to the board of trustees, because we should be the last if they even talk to us without going through you, Dr. Walker. And then it should be up to you, in my opinion, to inform the board about any concerns from employees or other things like that right at the end of the day, because then that's how, in my mind, the process should work. You're our only employee. You keep us informed, we keep you informed. At the end of the day, it's like that two-way communication. I think that will build that trust and respect amongst all of us.
Trustee Webster?
I agree with that. I think we should consider timely like responses when a board member requests information. What is the expectation of like getting that answer back? And then secondly, making sure that all trustees are provided with the same information.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Soto?
And thank you, Madam President. I like the 24 hours, maybe 24, 72 hours. I don't know how reasonable that would be, but I like what's being shared. And what came to mind is that sometimes I'll have questions as a trustee from certain departments. Um, and in my mind, what seems appropriate, and I guess this is part of it, which is why I'm bringing this up, would be to email the superintendent and then also email the department head figure that the question I have for. To me, that seems appropriate, but I'm just wondering, um, what kind of thoughts circulate that? Simply because the again, we do want that clarity or that answer, but and it kind of cuts through her having to then, and if the department head is willing to respond to that email with that information, I don't, of course, our intent isn't to like our intent is to be informed, so I don't see any harm in doing so.
It's just the
However,
food order. I'm sorry. Just
Oh,
the
food's
food
here,
order.
I guess.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah. Everybody's
Lunch is ready. Um,
Everybody's starting to get a little worried.
so I guess I want to make sure that is not a, overstepping, because the intent isn't to overstep, but the intent is to just kind of get an answer, get some clarity, and to perhaps even help the superintendent in that process. I'm wondering what others think.
Trustee Love French.
Okay, I have a question. When we're talking about employees of the district, does that count for like the teachers union and things like that? I don't understand sometimes. I hear this among ourselves, even with former board members. I need to be transparent to this particular, a group of people. They come to me, they ask me questions, and I always wonder to myself, what answers are you giving them that you're not saying that you need to go and speak to the superintendent? And these are my constituents, or whatever people say, right? And I'm not understanding, why are you communicating with the people about things that have to do with the district and you haven't spoken to Dr. Walker first? Or do you feel like because you are a trustee that you should be speaking on things that have to do with either something that was on the agenda, clarifications? Wouldn't that be something I'm always interested in? What are these backdoor conversations that are going on? Because I don't have no backdoor conversations with anybody. Nobody calls me and says, hey, French, how did this go? Or hey, French, how did y'all put that on there? Or hey, French, what's happening with so and so? Or what's happening at that school? Did you hear that this happened at that school? Because if I heard that it happened at the school, right, it could be a fight at the school. I'm going to still refer them to the superintendent. I'm not going to say, I was on YouTube and I saw that fight too. No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that I hear that you have a concern at Mesa Linda, and your concern can be addressed by Dr. Walker. So when we're sitting here saying that oh yeah, yeah, that's what we should do. Yeah, but that's not what we do, right? We talk to people, which says, I don't know something, but you know it, and then you talk to the union. And then come back and say, well, you didn't give me Dr. Walker, you didn't give me the information. How was I going to answer the question? It may not have been your question to answer. Just curious. How much should we be telling the public versus letting your superintendent address the concerns of the public?
Of course, the general rule is that you have one employee, that is Dr. Walker, and of course, everyone else reports to Dr. Walker. But still, you run into people at supermarket, people contact you, people might not be satisfied with what they're being told, so they're going to go above the superintendent's head. So that's usually a conversation that boards also do in a workshop setting where they agree that when we are approached by either a member of public, which is our next item, or an employee, that we listen, respectfully listen, and then refer them to the superintendent of schools, knowing that the superintendent of schools is going to follow up and get back to you so that you're aware of what was determined. But it really depends on the relationship that people have with members of the community and employees. So I've it's been all over the board in my career, no pun intended.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing that up, Trustee LaFrench. She just hit a really good point, and finally, like learning to find the balance of being transparent to your constituents and to your education partners, at the same time being reserved about which information is being shared, and then knowing when to redirect them to the superintendent. Especially because I'm someone who is open to having conversations with anybody about any issue. I'm an open book and I have no reservations. However, and this is, I guess, going on to the next bullet point, when it comes to concerns or issues that need to be redirected to our superintendent, then that is what's being done. That's what I do. So I'm very appreciative that the topic was brought up, because that is a pretty substantial concern to have and issue to work through.
I appreciate, Madam President, my fellow trustees, and Dr. Walker, the conversation. There are instances where we may have to, for example, contact an employee, and here's why. Maybe Dr. Walker, we've contacted her first, but she may not be available, right? She could be indisposed in some other engagement and she can't get back to us. For example, we're at a conference and we need our Cal card, something's wrong with it, right? And we can't check into the hotel. We ask her first. If she can't get back to us, we're sitting there at the hotel, right? For example, then who do we refer to, right? So that might be something we might want to just try to figure out for instances like that, for example. Who do we refer to? One of our cabinet members? Is that would be the next in line as far as the chain of command, right? Like, for example, is that, that's something for the board to consider in situations like that, which I'm sure you may have encountered in your career as a superintendent as well, where, there's things that you try to, get a hold of the superintendent, but they're not available, for example. So then who next is in line for us to contact? And so that's something just to consider in the future related to just, various things. Or I'm driving by a school site on my way home today, and, there's something going on. And like there's kids vandalizing. And I text Dr. Walker, I try to call her, but, again, she might be in the cone pass where she can't get those messages, right? Then who could I alert? I mean, besides the police, but I mean, I know, but I'm using it as an example. I'm just using, do you understand? I'm just using that. I'm using it as an example of maybe considerations as we, address this topic.
Trustee Webster?
Since I've been on this board, we've, at least in my opinion, consistently done the chain of command thing. So a lot of the times when I get concerns and stuff, I'll refer them chain of command. Have you talked to your site admin? And if they respond, yes, I have, and they're not doing anything, okay, well, have you talked to assistant soup of HR, assistant soup of academic services? Where are you at on your chain of command? And if, just redirect them to that, because eventually they're going to find who they need to answer their question. But I'm not going to sit there and say that I won't listen to concerned employees or public members, parents, etc. That's our job. We're elected by them to serve them, so listening to their concerns and complaints, in my opinion, is still essential.
Yeah, and I think the whole board agreed. You definitely respectfully listen, and then bring that concern to the superintendent of schools. Absolutely. So the question is, in the case where the superintendent of schools maybe she's on vacation or at a conference and not here. Who is the person? So this is the protocol. Who is the point of contact? Is it whoever you want to deputize that day, depending upon who's there?
So normally, if I am in a position where I am not available on vacation or something, there's always a designee that will be in play when I'm not here. In relationship to just basic calls or text messages, I would recommend you contact the board president. That would be the person I would say contact if you're not able to reach me, and then we can move forward from there. But in most cases, you should be able to reach me unless I have a designee, and then it would be that next person that is designated.
Trustee Webster, did you have a question? Excuse me.
Not really a question. Unfortunately, it is now 11:30, and it takes me about 20 minutes to get to my daughter's school.
Okay.
11:55 is pickup, so I do have to sign off. But I want to thank Mr. Maricino. Thank you so much for your time today, and Dr. Walker. Thank you for facilitating the board workshop. And I hope to follow up on anything I missed.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. 11:30.
Okay, so chain of command, the designee, we can't really choose a person because that person may not be there either. So so the communication, the protocol will be Dr. Walker will alert the board that she will be out of town or at a conference, whatever, and in the event that you can't reach me, you will contact so and so today. Is that fair?
So if I am taking vacation, normally I'm communicating directly with the president, and I could let the president know that who the designee is at that time, or would you prefer that I let the entire board know?
I think it would be best if you let the whole board know,
Okay.
because then if they start to ask me, it would be best if you say, I'm out and here's your designee,
Okay.
and then we all know. So,
Okay. Thank you.
okay.
Okay, so just to recap on this on number 5, which was communication between board members and employees, requests for information, it will be a text or phone call. Um, Anytime a board member is having a conversation with an employee or member of the public or anything that is being brought to your attention relative to school business, you will call or text Dr. Walker and she will follow up and also inform the entire board so that the entire board has the same information. Dr. Walker.
I would like to also add that if it is something that's very lengthy and you want to send an email, please send the email, but just text me so that I can know to get to that is important versus not. Because again, similar to what Trustee LaFrench was saying, um, that's not my first line of checking. I usually check my text messages and calls first. And so if you do email me, sending me a quick text saying I emailed you about a concern from a parent or whomever.
Yeah, because she sometimes all will be mailed, and then when we get in contact, I'll ask her, did you read the email? She's like, which one? And then you see her scrolling like the price is right, like, trying to find it because she gets so much. So I think that's a good idea, is to email, then text, I sent you an email. Okay.
Okay, so the only thing we did not cover on that is the timely response. I heard 48 hours, 72. I heard different times. Would you get some consensus on what you would expect? So let's say that one of you texts Dr. Walker and says, I just had this conversation. I just sent you an email. Check it out as soon as you can. It's not an emergency, but to the person, of course, it's urgent. What's the reasonable expectation of when you would expect Dr. Walker to be able to respond?
I think across the board, 48 hours is always reasonable.
So Trustee LaFrench said 48 hours is reasonable.
Madam President,
Yes.
I'm wondering what would be reasonable for Dr. Walker. I'm kind of curious what your thoughts on how would be helpful.
Thank you, Trustee Soto. So for me, number one, the moment that I get the text, I'm going to respond to you that I have received the text. But then the email. However, I would need a good 48 hours because it's contacting whoever that person is and then trying to resolve whatever the matter is. A good 48 hours is pretty sufficient for me to be able to address the matter and or get whatever is needed for that particular concern. But an immediate, within 24 hours, you should get a response from me saying, I read your email, right? So that you know that I read it. I think that's important, that you know that I have received your email and I read it. Okay?
Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, my fellow board members, Dr. Walker. As far as this is concerned, I think there's a two-parter to this. When we email the superintendent and she gets back to us, but sometimes it's a concern from an employee. And then what is a reasonable time for Dr. Walker to get back to that employee? Because if they don't hear from her or whoever, guess what they're going to do? They're going to email and call us again. Well, I haven't heard anything from anybody, so I don't know how we fit that into the equation, right? Like, because that's when we're talking about employee concerns and things like that. how does that fit into the whole timeline? Not only just let us know, hey, I read your email, but hey, I'm going to try to get back with that employee, whatever the, whatever the time, reasonable time is. I don't know exactly. I'm not another 48 hours or so.
I'm sorry. Wouldn't that have to be part of the response? Is that okay? I read it, and I'm going to yes.
Yeah, so part of my 48 hours is inclusive of communicating with that particular person.
Oh, okay. Thank
So
you for
it's
that
not-
clarification.
So it's communicating to you, I've read it, and letting you know that I am going to be following up with the employee or whoever the concern is from, and then within 48 hours, get back to you with a response as to what we did. And that includes communicating with that particular employee as well.
I appreciate that, because a lot of times what we've experienced is that they'll come to the board meetings if they don't hear from anybody, right? And they'll come during our public comments that we've discussed earlier, and say that, well, nobody ever got back to me, so I'm here before the board, and and we want to try to alleviate that. And I really appreciate your diligence in getting back to people on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to address one other matter, I think I remember hearing Trustee Kraus saying that the concerns that are coming in is that my cabinet is not necessarily getting back to them in timely fashion. Like that's information I would love to get sooner rather than later. Like I was not aware that that was a concern that was out there that my cabinet members are not getting back to people.
And I can clarify on that, Dr. Walker. The majority of what I've heard is email responses. So if that helps you any, maybe figure out what for staff, like what's an appropriate response time from cabinet to say principals or vice principals. And that's mainly administrators in general is where I'm hearing those concerns come from. And so again, it's mainly with responses to emails. And so rather than, in person or text or calls or things like that, it's just I sent an email and I've not even got a, response on anything. Again, I refer them to you or to their fellow cabinet members because I think the board's aware. And Dr. Walker, you probably have assigned your cabinet members overseeing certain schools, right? Is that kind of how it's still structured?
That's correct.
Okay. So I encourage them again to talk to their evaluator, whatever they're called now, in that regard. But again, well, but I haven't received a response. And so that's again where I say, we'll talk to Dr. Walker. I encourage them completely to, then go over you without jumping over their evaluators ahead at the end of the day. So.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. And again, even when you get those kind of comments, that's helpful because I meet with my cabinet once a week and being able to share with them, this is what we're hearing, right? It's important that I can communicate that to them so that they know that it is out there that you're not responding to even emails. Like we have to respond, whatever form of communication that the employees are using, we have to follow up. And so I think that's important too.
Absolutely. And what I've heard, again, is that they don't necessarily want an answer right away, but hey, I got your email. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Something just the acknowledgement that, hey, I got it. I appreciate it. Let me look into this and, I'll get back to you in a reasonable amount of time, whatever that is. But I think just that acknowledgement would alleviate for you, having to hear about these things. If somebody would just get back to them and say, hey, I hear it. I appreciate it. And let me get back to you when I can kind of thing. So thank you.
Okay, so just to ensure that I have this one right, the uh, the whatever the meeting was that a trustee may have had, and the last item here is handling concerns. So I'm going to put this kind of under the same umbrella because it's whether it's a member of the public or an employee, they really deserve the same dignified response. So the board member will listen respectfully and let the person know that they will contact Dr. Walker. That's our protocol, and Dr. Walker will get back to you and that person within 48 hours, and the entire board at some point will also be notified of that same information. So that's the last thing I just want to nail down here. Let's say Dr. Walker is going to respond to that person via email, would there be any expectation that the board would be copied on that? Right. Okay, good. Because just like if it was a phone call, there's no way you'd all have. So Dr. Walker then will prepare a summary to send to the entire board regarding the comment that was brought to my attention by so and so. Here's how we resolved it, and the entire board gets that information. Yes?
Um, I I don't think so. I mean, if he's being told something and then he con contacts her and she deals with it and goes, okay, this has been addressed. I really don't have to know unless it's something of a danger, a pressing mat matter. I don't want to be in the weeds, I guess, to say that's not my job. I think if the whole board needs to know something, then she would contact us. But like for example, I got an email from a person asking why they weren't approved for the volunteer that they applied and this and that. So I contacted her. I forwarded her the email. I told them I forwarded your concern to the superintendent. She reached out, contacted me saying, "Oh, this wasn't completed." And then I guess the school then contacted that person. That's something the whole board doesn't need to know, right? Is that what we were on base for? Am I right? I don't want to know everything that she's being contacted for.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes, yeah, no, I mean, if it's, I think that if there's a concern brought, and it should be the trustee or probably both superintendent to use discretion to to know whether we should all be informed of it or not.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, Trustee Soto, for your comments. I think on this one, for me, I don't need to know details, right? For example, on the volunteer thing, that's something I wouldn't want to know. But if it's in our individual trustee areas, like say we don't know about it, but someone else brought up a concern of one of our schools in our trustee areas, I would just like to know, as a trustee, hey, there was the concern about whatever it was, not the details in the weeds, but if it generally related to students at the school or staff at the school, something happened, just in general. I think with the summary that he mentioned a second ago, where all the board got an overview summary, of something that happened. I think you've done a great job of sending out text messages to all the board related to, hey, this happened at this school site today, kind of thing. But yeah, again, for me, as far as our district areas, just knowing in general. No, I don't need details. I don't need all. I don't need all the. Like you said, I don't need all the information like that on a regular basis. But anything, and I don't know where that happy medium is. Where hey, this is large enough to. I'm going to let the trustee know that something happened at Columbia Middle School or something happened at Desert Trails. Sorry.
Sorry, no, wrong school.
Donald F. Braddock, which is on the same street, Bellflower over there. But I hope that makes sense. Where at the end of the day, if something happens in one of our schools, you don't have to maybe tell the whole board. But hey, Kraus, I want to give you a heads up that this incident. I was made aware of this incident at Mesa, or whatever our trustee area is. It's just a consideration or a thought.
La French.
Okay, so I think that all the schools, even though we are divided up into trustee areas, all the schools belong to us. And I do feel that we need to know what's going on in every school, every complaint, everything. So I do feel like we all should know, because if Mesa Linda's not in my area, I need to know whether or not if Mesa Linda had a lockdown. So, and I
Oh, well,
do,
yeah, that.
Right. The happy medium. Like, where's that happy medium on things?
Yeah.
Right. Well, a couple things come to mind. Arguments start when it's left up to the superintendent to determine if that's important or not. You may think it's important, you may not. You may not. So that's why, in general, I've always just let all the board know, and they could decide for themselves. That's just me. The second thing is, unless we're talking about something happening like a lot, like you have these, you're bringing this stuff to Dr. Walker 2, 3, 4 times a day. It doesn't seem like a too big a burden. So again, but that is worthy of a discussion, and certainly Dr. Walker uh, should kind of share what you're comfortable with or what you think is reasonable.
So what I've done in the past, and I haven't gotten any complaints about, is communicating to all five if it's something that's relevant. The volunteer scenario, not relevant. Things that are happening at school sites, relevant for everyone, right? If it's not relevant, I don't send it to everyone. If it's come directly from one particular trustee and is not relevant, like the volunteer one, I did not send something to everybody about that. And I believe I will continue doing it like that until I've been directed otherwise, because most cases, the big things you are all going to know about. If it's important, like at that level, all of you are going to know. I'm not going to just save it for one, right? Depending on the severity of it, you all should know. But those minor things, I try to just take care of it and then respond to you with, it's been taken care of, right? And if, unless you would like me to do something different.
Okay, then the only amendment to that is that it will be at the discretion of Dr. Walker as to whether or not the entire board needs to be notified of whatever the concern was that the board brought to her attention. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Then that concludes the protocols. My next step will be to put this together and present it back to Dr. Walker to then work with the board on determining how you want to codify it, whether it's going to be formal, informal, whether it's going to be part of a resolution, whether you want it just included in the handbook, whatever next steps that the board would like to take. And then Dr. Walker, let me know if you want to just continue the process, and in which case determine where it will appear. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I did have a question, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Walker. So, have we looked at a next date potentially for our next workshop? And then, with the governance handbook, our bylaws state that we are to bring it after every reorg meeting in December, and I know it's already April, getting into May. Has there been any discussion about when we will perhaps revisit that, and is that going to be at a workshop, or how would that look at a board meeting? I just wanted to throw those two items out there as far as the next date and then the governance handbook, since you mentioned it, sir.
Madam President.
Question, comment?
Yes, I concur with Trustee Kraus. There's some things that we still need to go over, like for example, the governance handbook. I think something that I went over my head on the board agenda's bullet point is how we add things on the agenda. That needs to be another discussion. So there's just some things that we still need to continue. Like we've made a lot of progress, and yes, we need to schedule another one. And then I'm wondering if for the governance handbook, will we need a governance workshop, or will it be a policy workshop? Like, how does that look like? Perhaps just because I that's important. We need to continue this work. We're doing great, some great progress, and so that's just my thoughts.
So hopefully we can look at calendars and set, the biggest challenge that we're having is everyone agreeing on dates. What we've tried to do is send out a document that has a lot of dates on it, and all you have to do is click all the dates and times that you're available, and then we can schedule a variety of sessions for us to come together. The next item would be us coming together for our handbook and looking at that and making the necessary, because I believe it's pretty um, outdated. And so having an opportunity to do that, in order for that to happen, we have to solidify dates, and then we can backwards map what that's going to look like. So not just dates for one session, but dates for multiple sessions, so that we can agendize or have an agenda of this is what we're working on over the next 2 sessions, those kinds of things. But the biggest piece is getting solidifying the dates. So if we're all in agreement, then there is a doc that we're going to send you that has a lot of dates on it, and all you have to do is say yes, no, or only click the ones that you can do, and then that gives us a set number of dates, and then we can put something together that says these are over the next few meetings or workshops, these are the items that we're going to be covering. But the biggest challenge that we're having is solidifying everyone being available to meet. So if we could do that, and again, you're going to get it in an email. I will text you and say that you have received this email with these dates. We'll work with my executive assistant and Mr. Musarino, and then send you the dates so that you have them. And then all you got to do is really quick click yes, I'm available. Yes, that one. Yes, that one. If you're not available, then you don't click it. You only click it if you are available during those dates and times. So you're going to get maybe like 6 to 8 different dates, and then let us know. And the sooner you let us know, the sooner we can move forward. And then again, the next item would be tied to the handbook. And it is a workshop versus trying to do it at the board meeting. Okay.
Yeah, so the handbook um, will
Okay, okay, I'm up. It takes a, here, it takes a while, but we'll share.
Testing, I'm up. Klaus is up.
Testing, testing.
Testing.
Had something to do with it.
And then it just takes a while.
Okay.
Oh,
Mine's
okay,
on.
okay, so we've been told there's no control of the cameras. We had a power it, and look at, he just
There we go.
made me into a liar.
All right. Okay, so let me address that
Yes.
quickly. So the governance handbook and the other major component is the governance calendar. So we got that rolling because remember at the retreat, the board identified items that they wanted to deal with at each specific type of meeting, special study session or regular meeting of the Board of Education. So we would want to work on that. And then the handbook itself has everything we've done included in it. And then, of course, updating the bylaws because what you spoke of earlier or most recently was related to a specific bylaw. So we want to update those as well because that's included in the handbook.
Madam President, one of the things that he just mentioned was the governance calendar. I do notice for our board meetings, it ends June. Will we be having a discussion about the board meetings after that in order to do the governance calendar? Because our board meeting schedule, I believe, don't quote me, it ends in June coming up, which is in like 2 months. So I didn't know how that would work related to the governance calendar, if they'd bring back dates for the next fiscal year for our board meetings.
Well, I'm assuming that they're
We are working on the dates for the after June
Okay,
for the next set of board meetings.
great, great.
We should have something when we meet for the next board meeting.
Great, thank you.
And that could potentially also be done at a retreat. The only thing about a retreat is it's a much longer day. The workshops, you could do 2 hours at a time. It's a little easier to digest it all. But I'll continue to communicate with Dr. Walker on those dates. Okay, so now the last part of our agenda today is the superintendent's evaluation.
Thank you. Can we get we're about to close out in about
3 minutes.
Yeah, it won't
Yeah.
even take that long.
Could I
Do we need to extend?
Am I on? Let me get it.
Do we have to extend? Do you have to go, Dr. Kraus, Mr. Kraus?
No, Madam President, I did make arrangements, so I'm good.
Okay. Okay, so I need a motion to extend this for,
10 minutes.
No, this is just part of the, because you
Yeah,
want
but
to,
it's already 12.
it's already 12.
Supposed to be over at 12.
we put a hard.
Yeah, 8 to 12.
Yikes, okay.
I motion that we extend the meeting to 12:30.
Okay, till 12:30. I need a second, up to 12:30, not that we have to work till then.
I'll second Trustee Soto's motion, Trustee Kraus.
Okay, Soto, extend to 12:30. Kraus, second. Okay, I'm gonna take a vote. Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
trustee Love French.
Love French. May.
Trustee Stewart, aye. Sorry, honey.
I need some team members on mine.
Okay. All right, so let's move on. Let's stay concise so we can get out of here.
Okay, yeah, this is a little small, but wanted to just, after approving the work for Tom Armolino, we put together a timeline process for the remainder of the school year. April 22nd, the board meeting superintendent goals for remainder of the 24-25 school year. The superintendent and leadership and associates consultant Tom Marmolino will work with the board president to bring recommended superintendent goals to the board. Once these goals are agreed upon, a reflection of agreements will be memorialized by the board president in a brief memo on behalf of the board. On May 20th, the superintendent's final evaluation process. Superintendent Leadership Associates Consultant Tom Marmolino will work with the board president to share evidence and progress towards superintendent's goals, and a discussion will be held with the board to provide for reflection, feedback, and final evaluation for the 24-25 school year. Additionally, a conversation will take place for consideration of potential superintendent goals areas for consideration for 25-26. The board will discuss and agree on any new compensations provided and an extension of the superintendent's four-year contract. A reflection of agreements towards the progress identified will be memorialized by the board president within 30 days in a brief memo on behalf of the board outlining the progress made and any new compensation provided and extensions of the contract, and include all materials relevant to the evaluation.
Yes.
September 9th, the next page. Board approved superintendent goals for 25-26 in alignment with working with the board president in August of 2025 to bring to the board recommended superintendent goals for 25-26. Once these goals are agreed upon, a reflection of agreements will be memorialized by the board president in a brief memo and on behalf of the board. January 20th, there will be a mid-year check-in. Superintendent and the consultant, Tom Marmolino, will work with the board president in January of 2026 to share mid-year progress towards superintendent's goals to the board for reflection, feedback, modification as necessary, and agreement to ensure success towards end-of-year targets. A reflection of agreements toward progress identified as well as modifications agreed upon will be memorialized by the board president on behalf of the board within 30 days. And then on May 19th, it will be the 2026 will be the superintendent final evaluation for that school year. The superintendent and consultant will work with the board president to share evidence and progress towards superintendent goals to the board for reflection, feedback, and final evaluation for 25-26. Additionally, a brief discussion will take place for potential goal areas for consideration for that should actually say 26, 27. The board will discuss and agree on any new compensation or an extension of the superintendent's contract. Reflection of agreements towards the progress identified will be memorialized by the board president in a brief memo on behalf of the board within 30 days outlining the progress made and any new compensation or contract extensions, including all materials relevant to the evaluation. Those are the steps for closing out this year, and then so that we are ahead of the game for next year. And it's at the forefront because some dates have been set for that to happen. Questions?
I do. So the board, Mr. Armelino will meet, will work, here it says a lot, work with the board, president, but where is the board?
So including the board, it says work with the board president to share all of this with the board, and then you will all have discussion that will take place while he's sharing. So
On input too, so
yes,
they also can
so
input.
they're everybody's giving input.
Okay, I want to make sure
Yeah.
the board.
So initially it will be, the conversation will be between you, me, and him. And then we would bring all of that where you all have an opportunity to discuss.
To the board, and then the board can make their input.
So yeah, so our initial meeting will be me sharing what the goals that I have drafted and sharing that with you and Mr. Armelino. And then we will come to the board, like during our regular scheduled meeting. Those goals will be brought to you so that you have an idea of what it is that I've drafted. And then it will come to closed session for the board to give their input. So nothing's going to be finalized on April 22nd until after the closed session, where you get an opportunity for the board to give input.
Okay. Board questions? Who wants to start?
Oh,
No, please, by all means.
I just wanted to piggyback on the board president's comment. Yeah, that's exactly what I was actually going to bring up. I noticed that it says the superintendent and the president. Um, are we? I'm just thinking. It would probably just be easier if we were just all there at the seat of the table rather than having to do this board president first and then the board. But I understand it. I'm not opposed to that. It's just that is something that I did notice and something I did want to bring up. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thank
wait,
you.
Do you want to respond to him?
I was just
I'm
gonna
sorry.
reiterate what I just said, like during our review of the agenda, part of the agenda is to discuss, so it would just be part of our normal practice for me to bring it to you. And having Mr. Armelino present during that portion of our agenda review would be the only thing that it's not anything different than we would normally do, which is review all closed session items and then bring it to closed session. So I'm not doing anything different it's just my evaluation, the goals. But yeah, nothing's changed in reference to the board still has all the same input. It's just us reviewing the agenda, and that's one of the agenda items. So that's why, and maybe that made it confusing for you, but it's just my normal agenda review that's happening.
Okay, Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So for my clarification, this will start in closed session, the discussions, right?
Of course.
With Mr.
Armelino.
Armelino, yes. And are we able to dedicate a certain amount of time for that closed session? Otherwise, we could be in closed session for, I'm not saying we would, but you know what I mean? Dr. Walker, like, I don't know if that's some consideration for the board to consider how much time we want to dedicate to the superintendent's evaluation, because if there's many other closed session agenda items, we could be in there a hefty minute, and so just something for the board to consider as we're talking about, the superintendent's evaluation. Thank you.
And the fact that you are going to have that now earlier than you would normally have it, so you actually have a little bit more time to just look at those goals and formulate your questions and our thoughts prior to even coming to closed session. So you'll have the same information that the president has that Wednesday, which will include the draft of the goals.
Oh, okay, that
Right,
works.
so
That'll help, so we can
Yeah.
formulate, like
So
you
you're
said,
not
Dr. Walker,
looking
all
at
of
it
the,
on this Tuesday night.
got it.
You're actually, because you're getting the agenda earlier, you'll also be getting the access to that particular.
I think that'll be very
item as
helpful
well.
to us. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Trustee La French? Nope. She's good. She's good. Okay, so we agree on this timeline and we'll work together as a board to make sure that we are on track. And so this way, because of course, my goal as a trustee is that superintendent is successful. With that success, the district succeeds.
And also, Madam President, just could we make sure that our trustee that's not here gets this information that we've discussed as well? I don't know if it'll be you, Dr. Walker, or you, Madam President, on especially with the superintendent's evaluation, as it's a very important cycle that we've discussed, and in case they have any questions as well. I know they had to leave early, but I just want to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yes, and I definitely will be contacting her, so I will follow up as well, and you can as well, President Stewart, if you would like.
Okay. All right. Is that it? We're good. Okay, so let's go on to, see, it wasn't even that bad. All right, here we go. So I need a motion to adjourn.
Trustee Left French, I motion to adjourn.
And I need a second. Come on, guys, somebody.
Soto, I'll second.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna call for the vote. Trustee Soto?
Soto, I.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee La French?
Left French, aye.
And Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 4-0 0, please enjoy your weekend. Thank you, everyone for coming. We appreciate it. And the time is 12:11.